Folks that aren't sitting around the table that are watching us or will be watching us today. Amy Burchett's probably already logged in and watching us. She decided that didn't know if the Midland Region Midland International Airport was going to close down or not, and somebody had to stay home and break up the ice on the stock tanks for the goats. So Amy didn't make the trip. Carolyn O'Brien, who's our student representative, was going to be here with us, and woke up this morning with a sick child, so she is, as she put it, playing Florence Nightingale, but is going to be watching us online as well. And then Ron Thompson also woke up not feeling well, and so he's not going to be joining us. I pointed out to all three of these folks that, if you were going to miss a meeting, it was the last one that probably was the more painful one. But
those are the fun ones to get to.
yeah.
Good, I missed the last one, I think.
Yeah,
you did. You did.
Oh, see, I'm smart, blonde and all.
I do want to make a couple of introductions, and then we'll go ahead and launch into the agenda. We've got a pretty full agenda in front of us today, and that's going to be the way it is for the next few meetings. But sitting over here to my right, everybody knows Linda McDonough, but to Linda's right is Anya Sebastian, who is the new Director of Academic Programs here, and so this is her first time to meet you guys and to watch DEAC, so play nicely.
Be gentle.
This is my boss. Make me look good for a change.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be here and looking forward. I heard such wonderful things about this group, so I'm pretty excited about coming, so looking forward to hearing your discussion. Thank you.
There's one item that's not on the agenda that we'll need to take care of, and we can do so right now if you want. If you look in your packet, we have minutes from our last two meetings. One was the teleconference call on June 4th, I believe, and that was to consider some doctoral programs. The second one was the June 19th meeting that considered the rules. So if you want to take a minute and look over those, and then I'll turn it over to Rob to call for a motion and a vote for approval, and if we have any corrections, please let us know.
Give you about 60 seconds to review.
On June 4th, number 4, there's a slight typo.
Thank you. And that would be my fault.
And the spell check wouldn't catch it.
Yep. Thanks, Paula. More should be moved.
Other suggested changes? All right. I'm looking for a motion to approve both the June 4th and June 19th minutes of the DEAC. So moved. Second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign.
Who seconded it?
Who did second? I heard
I
it.
did, and I think somebody else did, too.
Okay, so Steve moved and Claudia seconded. All right. Well, let me give you an idea of some things that have happened since we last met that are going to be directly affecting your work. One of them is what you have also in your packet, and let me give you some explanation. The rules, the distance education rules, went to the September Strategic Planning, SPP, Strategic Planning and Policy Committee. We've changed board committee names on me, and I have trouble remembering them now. The distance education rules were approved by the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee in September. We had thought that they were going to go to the board at its October meeting, which is what we had planned and worked for all along, and they were pulled 2 days before the board meeting. They were pulled because of the issue of distance education and dual credit, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a sec. We had a meeting Monday with a group of presidents and vice chancellors from community colleges and university systems to talk about specifically the issue of distance education dual credit. And based upon that meeting, based upon a more careful read of legislation that was passed both during this immediate session as well as the session before, there was sort of one really significant change that has been made to the distance ed rules that you saw. And they are now going forward to the January board meeting for approval. What I put in your packet are two things. You have copies of subchapter P, which is the electronic distance ed rules, and then you have copies of what will be the new subchapter Q, which is the off-campus face-to-face rules. You also have copies of the agenda items, what we refer to as the blue pages, that were included in what would have been included at the October board meeting. And the reason why I included a copy of the agenda item that the October board meeting would have acted on is because it reflects all of the comments that we received during the public comment period. So I wanted you to see what comments had been received and how staff responded to them. Every time a comment is made during the public comment period, staff are required to respond to it, and you'll see that's exactly what we did. The two changes that I want to draw your attention to is, if you will take a look at subchapter P, approval of distance education courses and programs for public institutions. And if you'll look at the, again, you've seen sort of all of this, but if you look at the next to last page, it is section 4.260, number 6. This is a change since you last saw these. It says, if a non-Texas resident student enrolls in regular on-campus courses for at least one-half of the normal full-time course load as determined by the institution may report that student's fully distance education or hybrid blended courses for formula funding enrollments. Obviously, this isn't going to affect the health-related institutions since formula funding is handled differently there. It does affect the universities and the community colleges. The practice in the past has been that basically if an out-of-state student, and we see this mostly sort of in the border areas, so say a New Mexico student is coming across the border and taking a course at UTEP, and they're taking one face-to-face course at UTEP, but then they're taking all the rest of their courses online through UTEP. In terms of formula funding reimbursement, the agency has traditionally sort of seen that as a student who is eligible for formula funding reimbursement for even the online courses, because they're coming into state for at least part of their education. We've never specified the amount that the student has to come into the state, though, for that part of the education. We were asked by the Assistant Commissioner of Planning and Accountability, Susan Brown, to make this addition to the rules to specify now. We used the language normal one-half of the normal full-time course load because that reflects the language that is now in the GI Bill and speaks to some funding eligibility that students who are taking part of their full-time course load on campus are eligible for. So we've tried to mirror some of the federal wording as much as possible. Basically what this means is that if a student is taking half of what the institution says is a normal course load face-to-face, regardless of where they live, in-state or not, the other half that they're taking via distance ed, electronic to individuals, will be formula funding eligible. So I wanted to bring that change to your attention. It was one that was made about 2 weeks ago at the request of our Planning and Accountability Division. The other one that I wanted to bring to your attention, and this is the one that I think that we will probably have some conversations about, is if you look in subchapter Q.
That's the one is on the very last page. 7, why is that one under?
No, it just that we didn't unhighlight it.
And Vanessa, one other thing on that one, is it clear that that would not apply to health institutions?
It doesn't have to be clear in the rules because health-related institutions receive formula funding in a very different way. As a block per student, it's not done per course. So the formula funding mechanism is completely different.
Vanessa, can you discuss the purpose behind that change, number 6?
The concern was that what was brought to Planning and Accountability's attention is that under the new GI Bill, if a student is taking half of their courses on campus during a given semester, they're eligible for an additional pot of money. They're eligible for an additional payment. And so there was some concerns of wanting to find ways to align our rules with the new federal regulations, and also to make sure that we're being consistent in application, that institutions are aware at what point they're going to be, their students might be formula funded reimbursed, at what point they wouldn't be, and to make sure that that nobody is taking advantage of the system, particularly now that we have scarcer resources. So it's an attempt to align us with federal legislation, but also an attempt to make sure that we're being very consistent in application and that we're clear about that consistency up front.
And one clarification about the wording, the operative word being may. The institution may report that. It's not required that they do so.
It's never required that an institution report for formula funding. So, if I can't imagine I can't really imagine a set of circumstances in which an institution would not want to report for formula funding, but if they wish to do so, that's their prerogative.
I just question where the placement was, because there's a whole section dealing with formula funding.
We talked about that, and we ended up placing it there because it speaks to standards and criteria, and we felt that it speaks specifically to standards and criteria for institutions. And so we felt that that would be a better placement of it there than placing it in the formula funding section. It's a formula funding related issue, but it also speaks to how residency is established. Any other questions about that change? I wanted to make sure that it was brought to your attention so that you knew what we had to change on our end after you had seen these. If you want to move over to Q, then, I think this is the one that will probably generate a little bit more discussion. And specifically, we're going to want to look at the last 2 pages, section 4.278, which is the functions of regional councils.
So the 4.271 on the authority on the first page should still be highlighted?
Correct. Well, actually, we added that in. Thank you for catching that. That was added in because it speaks to the legislation in which the changes to 4.278 are responding to. There were 2 changes to the Texas Education Code that were not being reflected in the rules that you guys looked at and passed that we had to respond to in order to place rules in alignment with the Texas Education Code. During the 79th session, I think everyone's familiar with the legislation that was passed that requires school districts to offer 12 semester credit hours of college coursework. And most school districts do that through dual credit relationships. There was a line in there, though, that didn't get a lot of attention at the time, but since then our lawyers have looked at it. And that basically says that if a district approaches an institution and asks for assistance in offering those 12 semester credit hours, the institution shall comply. The institution shall provide assistance. That generated a great deal of discussion. It generated a great deal of discussion in one of the regional councils earlier in the year. It also generated a great deal of discussion here. And the consensus of our legal counsel was that what that meant was that if a university was asked by a school district to offer a dual credit course, then that university had an obligation to comply. That it now had a legal obligation to do so under the Texas Education Code. That would mean that that university's lower division dual credit course would no longer need to be approved by the Regional Higher Education Council, because the Higher Education Regional Council's decision cannot usurp the Texas Education Code. And so we made a couple of additions here. If you look down at I.
Can I ask a question? How can they, it seems like the shall should be may, because what if that institution doesn't have the resources to comply? What you're saying is the law requires them to offer an online course if they're not already offering.
That may be the case, Kevin, but what we have to deal with is the language that is in statute, and the language in statute says shall. If we have a point in an incident where an institution is asked to offer assistance and is unable to do so or unwilling to do so and doesn't, then obviously we'll have a case that will have to go to legal counsel for another determination. But right now, what's in...
I want all of these courses online, and then UNT would have no option.
The interpretation of our legal counsel at this time, and this was discussed within the context of the role of the regional councils, the interpretation of our legal counsel, and it's an interpretation that our commissioner has agreed with, and actually the regional council chairs will probably be getting a copy of a memo from the commissioner that speaks to this and when we send out information to the HERC chairs in another month or two. But the opinion of the legal counsel is that within the context of a regional council being able to approve or deny authority of a university to offer a dual credit course, if that university has been invited by a school district to do so, is not legal.
Yeah, and I have no problems with that. I understand that ruling. I'm just concerned about the thing that says, it's like if they go to school. Patrick, are you following me? Like it's another motion that said
Offering all division courses in criminal justice.
So I need these courses.
And the academic department is prepared to offer them.
Whether you have the resources back.
But that's, you're talking about what's in statute. What's in rule, which is, we can't change that. What's in rule is may, not shall.
Yeah, so I was just asking more since I'm just hearing the statute.
We haven't had that question posed yet. If it gets posed, then we'll deal with it at that point. I think that there would probably be ways to work around that. I really don't think that's going to be an issue that comes up. I think that there's, based on the meeting that we had Monday, I think that there's a sort of willingness to, if an institution doesn't feel like it can provide a course, to work with an institution, work with the school district to find somebody that can. So I don't think that we're going to have that problem. Again, what we can only reply and respond to is what's in statute. And the immediate question that was brought to us for interpretation had to do with the role of the regional councils and whether regional council can deny an institution the authority to offer off-campus lower division dual credit course if it's been invited in to do so. And so that's what we've tried to come to alignment with, so that we're aligned with that piece of the statute. And that was from session before last. The legislation that also changed during this most immediate session was House Bill 2480, which I'd already talked to you guys about. And that basically says that for a community college, if a school district believes that if a school district would like to invite a community college other than the one whose service district in which they reside in to offer dual credit, that school district can do so. All they have to do is say that the local community college is not providing the service to their satisfaction. And then they can invite another community college in whose district they don't reside to come in and offer that course. And again, the regional councils would no longer have the authority to approve those courses, because the statute is very clear on who is allowed to offer courses and who isn't.
But in lieu of the obligation to approve them, what about a notification? I mean, how do we find out who's doing what with whom?
You will see that we also have in the rules that we do expect, and this will be a little bit clearer when we talk about the policy, the revised draft policy document later today. We're still requiring notification. Those courses would still show up in an institution's plan, and so there would still be notification of that.
Okay.
That doesn't change. What does change is that the regional councils
has no authority
over those, over basically distance ed dual credit.
Okay. Thank you.
Vanessa, in reference to Kevin's comments, have we heard anything from any other subcommittees, committees, or bodies concerning the concerns that were expressed in terms of?
Not that one. Not that particular concern right now. There is a lot of discussion about distance education and dual credit. There's a lot of discussion about dual credit in general. There's a lot more discussion about distance education and dual credit. There was, as I said, we had a meeting on Monday morning, and that group will probably be meeting again in the future to have some sort of larger discussions about dual credit, accessibility of dual credit, standardization of course content. One of the biggest questions that has come up is that depending upon how the dual credit is being offered, if it's being offered online through the Texas Virtual School Network, legislation requires that college course comply with 100% of the TEACs. At least that's the appearance. And that's created some problems. And I see some of you nodding your heads about how that's created some problems. We had representatives from TEA present at that Monday meeting, and they're going to continue to be a part of that discussion, and that issue was raised, and they seem to think that there may be some ways for us to, there may be some ways to work around that, and that's going to be a part of the discussion as well. So it's a sort of much larger discussion of dual credit. It's coming to this committee because of the distance education piece. And particularly, specifically because of oftentimes it's offered off-campus, face-to-face, or it's offered electronic to groups, and those are courses that traditionally would have gotten regional council approval. Do you have a question, Rosalind?
Well, I was just very interested in your comment about the TEACs, and my brain was just going a little bit further afield to go to, for example, the criminal justice example, or to go to some things that would fall outside what the BSN is offering. And an ISD comes, is it the obligation of the institution to design a course then that meets the TEACs?
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I doubt. My gut is that maybe not, but as those discussions continue, I'll try to, as much as possible, point out where there may take your concerns back to that group and say, DEAC has said, well, what about this, and see if we can get a little bit more clarity. And I think it's the sense of that group of wanting to find some clarity about there's more than enough courses out there. There's more than enough students out there. There's more than enough demand out there. Finding ways to make sure that accessibility for students, that students have access, that these high school students in their districts and schools have access to high quality distance education, dual credit coursework, and making sure that high quality, there was discussion about quality standards as well, making sure that everything is in alignment so that the people that need to get the education get the best education that they can get.
Sure. And there will be questions about really what is dual credit.
Right.
Who defines? For college credit and for high school credit, what does a dual credit course have to include, which I know they're going to be working on.
Right.
Back a little bit. The meeting on Monday was between TEA and the coordinating board.
We had representatives from TEA. We had several community college presidents. We had representatives from the UT, A&M, and Texas State system as well. And then we had coordinating board staff there. And that's a group that's probably going to be called back. That was my understanding. Wasn't that yours as well? Anya and Linda and I were at that meeting as well.
Just curious, was there anybody there from the TACC, Texas Association of Community Colleges?
Ray Garcia was not there.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember who the new president, though, of TACC is.
Well, I don't know, but I can't think of her name. The president of Howard College is particularly interested in this issue. I was just curious if she was there. Sparks.
Okay. No, she was not.
I can't remember her first name.
Carol
Sparks, right. I'm sorry. I couldn't remember her name.
One of the folks that was there was Steve Kinslow from Austin Community College, and I think that Dr. Kinslow has been very active with TACC as well, and he raised some of the TACC discussions that have been going on and shared those with the group. So I think that constituency is also covered.
And that's why I asked, just to see if that voice was heard as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel very confident that it was. So those are the changes that were made to subchapter Q to the regional councils. And
why on J?
That is the wording that was. That is the wording that was taken directly from the commissioner's memo. One of the things that you'll see is that when we look at the notification and policy document, the draft of that later this afternoon, you'll notice that we have in there that we still expect as part of the institutional plan that institutions would report all of their off-campus courses.
I would just like to see recommended not in there. I mean,
during the 30-day public comment period, you're more than welcome to make that comment, Kevin.
We will have another 30-day public.
There will be another 30-day. That's the next step for this. There will be another 30-day public comment period. These things will be posted to the Texas Register next week. I know that we have to get them to the Register on Monday.
Is it 30 days from posting in the Register?
It's 30 days from posting in the Register. I believe they go to the Register on the 7th. They will be posted officially on December 18th. Then public comment period will end January 18th. The board meets on January 28th to consider the rules. So you get an idea of the sort of timeline that we're functioning on. And staff will be then making response to all of those comments during that 10-day period between
what is
the 18th and the 28th.
Only
everything
again.
Everything is being reposted again. It was the repeal of subchapter E and then the subchapter P and Q were pulled from the October board meeting. So everything is being reposted again. Everything is eligible for public comment again. What we will do is take the comments that we received during the first comment period, and those will carry forward into this next comment period, and they will be reflected on the agenda item that the board considers at its January 28th meeting. And then we will add to that and respond to any new public comments.
But just for discussion among the group, it just seems like the wording would help if it was said, even though we don't approve it, each institution still will report it, and not recommended that we report. Let's report, so then we do know what everyone is doing. That's just my 2 cents.
That should be made as a comment on the Register.
And I will. But I guess I wanted to share my comment with all of you before I typed it on the web. So this is a pre-comment comment.
And again, this is an open and transparent process. I mean, you'll see from that agenda item, every single comment that we received, Linda McDonough and I sat down and responded to. And the board sees that.
It'll be posted on the 18th of December through January 18th.
January 18th.
Okay. And that's all available from the coordinating board website?
It actually will be available from the Texas Register website.
Sorry, okay.
And what public comments should be addressed to Dr. McGregor Stevenson, and they can be either they can be either physically in a letter, or they can also be sent electronically.
Yeah.
And as I said, the comments from the first posting are going to carry forward, and then we will add any additional comments and the staff response. And you'll see from that agenda item, some of the comments that staff got felt that our response was that they were already covered, or that there were reasons why those rules, that wasn't changed. Some of them we responded to and said, and made the changes. And that happens. What happens is the comments come in, Linda and I sit down, and then we make recommendations, and ultimately McGregor is the one that goes yes or no, and the commissioner is the one ultimately who goes yes or no.
Vanessa, can you tell us if the group that met on Monday, were they satisfied with these changes?
They didn't see these. We didn't make these changes until after they met. We were asked to hold off on these changes until after they had had a chance to meet. They did discuss the issues, and we used their discussion as well as the legal counsel's interpretations and the decision that the commissioner had made in the earlier appeal case as the basis for these changes. So this was done Monday afternoon.
Is there any coordinating board presence in the focus group that is looking into accredit to TEA?
Yes, there is. In fact, I believe McGregor's a part of that. And certainly what we heard from TEA Monday morning is that they want to work, that they're very interested in working with us and in cooperation with us, so that we make sure that everyone is on board and all the players are having some input.
As way of reference, it was the Metroplex Higher Education Regional Council that had such discussion with Texas Women's University wanting to offer. Are they offering those courses this semester?
Mike, I believe so.
Yes. Okay. During the review process and appeal and all that. Okay.
So, all right. The other item in terms of staff report on activities is that on Monday, the House Committee on Higher Education released their interim charges. I didn't include a copy of that in your packet because there's really only one of those interim charges that impacts the Distance Ed Advisory Committee, and I'll go ahead and read that one to you, and I think that it will tie into some of the discussion we have this afternoon. Number 5 on the House Committee on Higher Ed's interim charges is study and recommend strategies for reducing the costs of instructional materials in higher education institutions, including electronic textbooks, open source materials, and other web-based resources. So just, again, as an FYI, and I think this will be reflected in our discussion this afternoon, there is interest being expressed from the legislature about helping to control the student cost of instructional materials by looking at electronic materials in many different formats. You'll remember that this last session, legislation was passed that gave TEA and Commissioner Scott the authority to use state textbook funds to purchase electronic resources, and there was a story just this week that they are now doing that. They've entered into an agreement actually with New York Times and have purchased a huge database of materials, basically the Times Historical Archives. So we've seen that there's beginning to be more, and you've seen this in your own campuses, there's beginning to be more emphasis placed on electronic resources as texts and learning materials as well. There was also, the governor's office also is requiring a cost feasibility study that the coordinating board is working on with some other agencies, and a piece of that also includes discussion of the costs of distance education and the impact of distance education on student educational costs. So that conversation has not really started yet, but will be going on in the background. And then the last piece is, and I mentioned this in our June meeting, our Division of Planning and Accountability is beginning to work on a revision of the board's space utilization model, and are specifically going to be looking at the impact of online and hybrid, and especially hybrid courses, and how institutions and how the coordinating board figures space utilization. That committee hasn't actually really been formed yet. The staff has been doing some preliminary research. They've been working a lot on accountability group issues this semester, I still think, as an academic. In the spring, they're going to begin probably tapping some of you guys, and I think at our February-March board committee meeting, actually, Tom Keaton from Planning and Accountability is going to come down, and we may spend an hour or two talking with Tom, because he'd like your input on what a reasonable expectation is in terms of the amount of distance education that types of institutions might offer. So that's another one of the pieces that they're trying to fold into getting a more coherent space utilization model. So that's also going on, sort of been on the back burner, but they anticipate that starting in January or February that they're going to begin looking at that more closely, and that'll be done through planning and accountability, but this committee will also have input into that. So again, that impacts some of your institutions more than it does others. But specifically, they're interested in looking at hybrid and blended education and how that impacts space utilization and the costs of space. So that is it, I believe, for the coordinating board staff update.
Excellent. Thank you, Vanessa. Any questions on anything that Vanessa just talked about that we haven't already discussed?
Will we be discussing any of those topics later this afternoon?
Yes, I think that our conversation that is on the agenda for number 8 is going to roll up several of these things. That's a very broad conversation, and in some ways we can think of item 8 as putting together a work plan for the DEAC for the next year. I mean, it's a specific line item, but several things are going to roll up under that. All right. Other questions? Okay, let us move forward. Discussion of proposed distance education doctorate of physical therapy from UT Medical Branch. Are we going to have folks calling in on this?
We do. Actually, is there anybody on the line from UTMB or U of H yet? Not yet. We've got our conference call bridge set up. Both institutions, rather than schlep up to Austin, are phoning in.
Do we need to wait for them to show up? Or can we take it?
We do, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Maybe we could go ahead and do number 8, since we're already on the topic.
Yeah, but it's an awful big one, and I'd hate to break it. Let us perhaps then move forward with number 7, because I think that is something that's a little more finite and we can accomplish. And that also, we started the conversation in some ways. Discussion of proposed changes to DE and off-campus educational policy and procedures.
This might be a good time for folks to read over that document. If you look in your packet, and I apologize for not sending this out to you, but we did not finish it until noon yesterday. Again, trying to respond to rule changes that were made Monday afternoon, lest you think that staff here don't work. But you'll see in your packet approval of distance education courses and programs. This is and it has draft in big letters on it.
Mine doesn't.
No, it's yours. So ours are official. Ours are final.
Should have draft in big letters on it. Mine has draft in big letters on it. This is agenda item number 7. So you might want to take. We had told UT Medical Branch and UH to be on the line around 11.
Okay.
So we've got about 10 minutes. You might want to take that time to read over this. This will not be the only opportunity this afternoon you have to comment on this. You're welcome to send emails after you digest it a little bit more. Let me say that this is very much a working draft document. This literally, we didn't finish until noon yesterday, so we know that there are some holes in it. But I wanted to go ahead and bring it forward so that you can at least see it and start commenting on it.
And what this is, to be clear, this is the coordinating board staff's distillation of the changes to policies, to the rules, as that then becomes instructions on that will be promulgated for folks who are trying to comply with the rules. Is that a fair statement?
It is. And what will happen is hopefully January 28th the board will approve the rules. They have to be reposted in the Texas Register for 21 days before they can officially go into effect. Our goal is, because the higher education regional councils meet usually in February, March, and April, our goal is to ask the HERCs to wait until March 1st and meet after March 1st, because the new rules need to be officially in effect when they meet, but to have this document immediately for distribution as soon as the rules are passed, because the main change in it is the reflection of the changes of the responsibilities of the higher ed regional councils, and that's going to be time critical.
And also, to be clear, I'm sorry, Kevin, our actions today, because the changes to the rules have not taken place, our actions today are not to approve this document, but to provide input. Okay.
This document to replace the notification and approvals documents that went...
This is a revision of it, yes.
Okay. And when we were splitting the rules into two subchapters, we said we would need to then split the notification and approvals document into two. So is this two, or is this one? Or
this is still just one. We haven't split it yet.
Vanessa, I've got a question on page 2 about the notification procedures. What's the rationale to notify a higher education center?
Good question.
The rationale is that an official higher education center, and so we're talking University Center, right, University System Center, or MITSE, right, those are either board approved or legislatively created. So basically they're functioning just like, almost like a branch campus of an institution. And so... Wouldn't you accomplish that, though, by notifying... I mean, I understand where you're going with it, but if you notify higher ed center, it's really more important that you're notifying the participating institutions at the center and the CAO, the Chief Academic Officer, who has programs at the centers, not the HEC itself. Yeah, it's a good point, Marshall. I think our concern is that maybe what we need to do is tweak it so that it says that you're notified both the director of the center and also the chief academic officers of the institutions represented at the center. I think part of the concern is wanting to make sure that, you know, if it's not a MITSE, you know, if it's a university center, if it's a one institution center, that the director of that center may know more involved in the programs that are there than the CAO does of the parent institution. But some redundancy here I don't think would hurt.
And is the language new about reporting for on-campus extension programs?
No. That is not new language.
Okay. And are we going to go to the term self-supporting as opposed to extension in the future?
Yes, we are. Okay. And that's what we did in the rules, and that needs to be reflected here, and it just didn't get reflected here yet.
And I think that's a really useful change. Extension was just always
well, and it meant
confusing.
A million different things to different people. So.
Vanessa, another question, and just looking this over quickly. In the current rules that we have, the notification and approval procedures, there's quite a bit of language in there about doctoral programs and what comprises a doctoral program, and the majority of the program not counting research and dissertation and so forth. Is that language going to be reinserted?
It can be, yeah.
Point?
Yeah, if it's useful, it can be.
Actually, it's fairly difficult for faculty to interpret exactly what that means. But some language about that, I don't know. I'll think about it some more, and I'll type something up and send it to you.
Like I said, this is a very, very draft document. We were still playing with this yesterday, so you're going to see a lot of things that aren't in there yet. And if you think that there's something missing, please, whether it's now or whether it's an email or whether it's later today, please let us know. We've also tried to sort of strip this down, though, so that it's not just regurgitating the rules, and that it's actually providing some interpretation in language that hopefully anybody can understand. I have to reread our current policy. Sometimes the sentences 4 or 5 times before I can figure out what we were trying to say. And I'd like to think I'm a reasonably intelligent person. So we're trying to make this more user-friendly as well.
And remember, this is the action side of all the work that we've done over the last year in terms of the rules. So whatever comments come out need to make sure that they're driven by our changes in the rules.
You'll notice one of the things that we did add is on page 2 under that notification procedures for off-campus upper division and graduate courses and programs. You'll notice that we added in an actual timeline. The policies before didn't say when you had to do notification, and that created some problems. Yeah, getting it the day before the course usually wasn't a good thing. The rationale for the timeline, and again, we very much would like your input on this, is 60 days prior to the proposed first class day. And what that does is that allows an area institution 30 days to file an objection if they're going to. And if an objection is filed, then it gives us 30 days to work out a resolution so that we don't run into a problem where things are getting resolved after the class has started or students find a class canceled the day before the class.
Are we making comments now?
Yep, go ahead.
I appreciate that, but I don't think it's long enough because you've already, by 60 days in, hopefully, you've already got students registered.
Okay.
And they've made their plans, their life plans, their investments and everything. You know, sometimes, hopefully, 2 months in advance. And then if there should be some dispute, then they could still, it'd be time enough for institutions and the coordinating board to solve their problems, but the students who are affected if a course got canceled, my opinion is it ought to be far enough in advance so that it could be resolved before registration begins.
You thinking 90 and 60 days, Randy? 3 months and 2 months?
Well, before registration begins, so sometime 90 days or 120 days ought to cover that.
I think our concern, I mean, we had originally talked about more time, like a 90 and 60 days, and the concern, though, was that sometimes institutions may be having to add courses at the last minute, and we didn't want institutions to be in a bind where they had a regional need and maybe were invited in to offer a course because they needed to meet a regional need and then weren't able to do so because the time period had elapsed. So that's why we had originally gone to the 60-30, but I think your point about how it might impact students is also well taken, and that's something I'd really like y'all's advice on.
Yeah, what's the right window?
And then, plus you need time to back up from that to advertise or promote the course. And so you're promoting, you're advertising, you're registering, and then 30 days before class starts a decision is made. So I understand, the last minute thing too, but I think the chief concern should be how does it affect students?
I think what this says right here, though, is it's off-campus and self-supporting programs. It doesn't address courses in this paragraph. And I assume, so your programs would be easily notified that early out, I would think, without a problem. What I'm looking for in here, unless I've overlooked it, is where it talks about courses and that notification.
Right. It doesn't say anything about courses, does it?
No, and that's what we're talking about,
Right.
so we're kind of off base here.
Right. The difference between a program and a course.
It's quite a bit.
Yeah.
And
There are
certainly
plenty of
60 or 120
courses that aren't associated with a program.
60 to 120 days out to notify a program is certainly reasonable.
Right.
But for flexibility purposes, I think you'd leave 30 days or less, actually, so you can respond to area student needs.
So maybe what I'm hearing then is maybe what we should do is have one timeline for programs and a second timeline for courses, with a more lengthy timeline for the programs and a more condensed timeline for course notifications.
Well, for some, because sometimes faculty come to you, as you well know.
That phone call that we had the other day.
Yeah.
I went off for this course. Well, and I think James's point's well taken in this notification discussion. The unit is programs, and we need to add in some language about course level notification.
I've got a couple of comments.
Can I, real quickly, just check in and see if we have the
folks from
UTMB?
UTMB folks.
Do we have anybody from UTMB or University of Houston online with us yet? You'll keep having the conversation. I'm concerned that our telephone link may have gone down, so let me check on our technology.
Kevin?
Yes. Throughout the rule revision process, but also a process that engaged many people in addition to this group. We had probably 20 people outside DEAC serving us. Throughout that process, the guidelines that we shared, and I think it was guidelines we all agreed to share, was that the rule process was one where we would make the rules very vague, and then the application process was one where we could make a lot of changes if we needed to, and that's where we could get a lot of people's input for doing that. So I'm quite concerned at this point that what perhaps we shared with so many people as what our approach would be, if we don't follow that approach, I think we need to be going back out to those people saying, now, here are the board rules. This is when we told you we could really make a difference in actually what's being required to support the rules.
Well, I recognize the sense of what you're stating, but I don't think it is exactly how it was presented. I think that
I was instructed to present it.
Well, absolutely in the largest sense, but my point being that we also said throughout the process that the creation of this document is solely in the hands of the coordinating board.
We didn't say that, Rob. We said approval of this document.
Well, okay, that's...
And that because...
I believe you're incorrect, but...
I believe you're incorrect. We said approval of this document is subject to coordinating board staff, which makes it much easier to make changes in than the rules. Therefore, this document is the one that we will really have the opportunity to work on, add our voice to, and make changes.
Well, I'd like a sense of what others thought about that, because I thought we were being clear that our key input was into the rules document, which was then going to go through the full approval process, and that the coordinating board staff would then take that and turn that into the document that is that we're providing a little bit of.
Never said coordinating board staff would then take it. Patrick, you were chair. Can you jump in?
Yeah, I may be wrong, but I had a sense that that was our opportunity to be architects of the rules that we have to, the procedures that we had to follow, that yes, the rules would be vague and the specificity provided in the guidelines would be something that came out of our subcommittees, not out of the coordinating board. So that's what I remembered us discussing and what the plan was. So yes, it is different than what I recall.
I think one of our concerns is because we now have a much more truncated timeline, because these didn't get passed at the end of October and we had anticipated that they would, but because of the dual credit issue, they were removed so that we could work through that.
For zooming through the rules, even though all three or two of the three subcommittees.
Kevin, let me finish, please.
I just
let me finish, please.
I just feel.
Kevin, let me finish,
like
please.
Things are not going on in conjunction with the work that was done in the field.
That is not the intention in any way, shape, or form. What
I feel used and taken advantage of, and I think the whole group does, and the 20 people that were depending on us to go back and get.
Well, I was part of that, and I certainly don't feel that. So please don't speak.
You were part of that
once
in a while, Rob.
if you would let me finish, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. What we're trying to do, and it is not the intention to take advantage of anyone, and that is not what I feel like we're doing, and the conversations that took place are still going to shape this document. What we're trying to do is to get a draft document, to get an input from you guys today and going forward in the future. This isn't going to be your only chance at input, but we're not going to be able to afford to wait until the committee meets again in March, because we have to have policies that reflect the changes to the rules. And it is time critical because of the higher education regional councils and because these rules are going to change the policies associated with the regional councils. There is still going to be beyond today. I mean, we were working on these until yesterday afternoon to take into consideration the rule changes that we had to make Monday afternoon. This is not going to be the only time that you can talk to us about this. If the committee wishes, to form a subcommittee to work on this as well and to continue to provide input to staff, that's fine. But we do have some time-critical issues here that we had not anticipated back during the summer. I'm not happy that these weren't passed in October, but a decision was made that they couldn't be passed in October. And I have done everything, and Linda has done everything in our power to make sure that they do get passed in January. And I have to tell you guys, to have a meeting Monday morning, to turn around and make substantial changes Monday afternoon, and then to get everyone in this building that has to sign off on it, including legal counsel, all the way up to the deputy commissioner, to sign off on it in 2 days, is a feat that is pretty outstanding for our staff to have pulled off. So we're not trying to ramrod anything down your throats. We're not trying to take advantage of you. We're not trying to change the rules in the middle of the game. But we have a set of circumstances and a situation that we have to be responsive to, because we have regional councils that are going to be meeting, and we're already going to have to ask them to delay their meetings until the rules have gone into place, because we don't want a repeat of what happened this last time, where there is not consistency around the state and how regional councils are handling these decisions, and we have to make sure that we are in alignment with statute. So I apologize that you feel that you've been used, Kevin. That's not the intention. I apologize to anybody else in this room that feels that they've been used. That is not this staff's intention, and it is certainly not my intention. I would hope that everyone in here knows that I operate pretty above board. I want your input. We need your input. We're asking for your input. You didn't get this emailed out to you before because we didn't finish it until yesterday, and you can see it's very, very draft still. And we want to continue to get your input. But we also have to have something ready to go on March 1st. And I don't think that ultimately is what I have to deal with, is that there has to be something ready to go on March 1st after the 21-day posting period, after the board passes the rules at the end of January, because we've got 10 regional councils that are going to be meeting, and we have to have policies that are consistent around the state that reflect some very significant changes in the way that they have operated in the past.
May I respond? I'd like to be above board as well. The committee knows that I spent 2 years of my life working on these rules, trying to revise them, to get input, to get something good that we could then implement as our policy against my advice and the advice of Patrick Plush and Vicki Trawick, who chaired the 2 major subcommittees. Vanessa, you and Rob made the decision we would go on and present them to the board for approval. I was not told until the morning of the board meeting whether I would even be able to address this group. And the phone call prior to that, Vanessa and Rob worked out the schedule where I would have a few minutes at the end. I submitted a proposal saying I would like, as chair of the committee, to go through the process. Neither one responded to my email. I had no idea what I would do till I walked in here. We went through the rules. I was okay with that. But I was quite puzzled, and this is on video. We can all go look at it, streaming, when Dr. Stevenson came in here that morning and said what was critical for us to agree on that day was the definitions, when for a few weeks we had been told it was critical to finish the entire rules. So that puzzled me. But what puzzles me now, Vanessa, I heard you say the notification and approval document is where we will be able to make changes and get input. DEAC approved these in June. Why are we just now even starting to make changes in these and then have you say to us, we have a short time period? Why wasn't July 1st or whenever legal counsel looked at it, why wasn't at that point something started where we all did have this opportunity?
We waited until the public comment period was ending. The intention on the original schedule was that the rules would be passed in October, public comment period ended, the rules would be passed in October, and we would be able to meet and have between October and the spring to work this out. When they didn't get passed in October, and when we were sort of told...
Your conference will begin momentarily. Please continue to hold.
Sorry. When we were told, you're going to need to hold off until we can begin to work out some of the dual credit distance education issues, then he put a halt on things. And I'm bringing the draft to you today, and I'm not confident that we aren't still going to see changes in the rules between now and the end of January when we have a public comment, when the public comment period ends and the board passes them. But I want to get your input. This isn't going to be your only opportunity, but I do not think that we have a timeline now that's going to afford us to have 2 DEAC meetings between now and when the policy and procedures has to be...
In order to get back on
the... start this timeline earlier.
Kevin, we couldn't start the timeline any earlier. We started the timeline when we could. We had to take into consideration that there were going to be changes made by the board. We knew that there was basic information that we would pull over, but we didn't know what else might be changed, particularly after the public comment period. And then we've had to wait now and be delayed because of the need to deal with the regional councils and distance education dual credit. There is still plenty of time between now and March 1st.
And let me just
There are 3 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as the host. For a menu of available commands, press *#.
You've been here a long time. There are several of us that may die on this group before it's all done. And I understand your frustration, Kevin. I really do. But the timeline that Vanessa is laying out as we've made changes.
Just a second, guys. Hang on just a moment.
Timeline, and that we've followed in the past of going through the public notification periods, getting the comments, then responding,
I'm from the University of Texas Medical Branch.
And the desire to have everybody together to work on this, and we really can't all come together every week. And so it's not really deviating from what's been done
we're waiting for the
over
committee
the
to join
years
this?
in the timing
I think so.
and how things are laid out. We went through the original putting this document together years ago that we all thought we'd grow old doing. And it was the same type of timeline, including the public comment periods and the need to include those in the documents then.
And I respect that, Claudia. What I am saying is, number one, we did not follow. If we are looking at this from coordinating board staff development and inside here, we did not follow what we as a group voiced to all of those people working on the project for 2 years, the Brenda Kills, the Vicky Traders, that this would then be our opportunity to be creative, to do a lot, to really make an impact. And I understand the timeline for the public comment, but it seems like we as DEAC have been negligent that we didn't start this process once the rules were sent to the board, a determination was made by legal counsel's coordinating board, posted, etc. And now, because of that, we are in a situation where we have just a few days. That's all I'm going to say, but...
Okay, I'm going to table this issue. We'll bring it back up for further discussion today. But right now, I want to bring back, since we have our guests on the phone, I want to move the agenda back to item 3, discussion of proposed distance education doctorate of physical therapy from UT Medical Branch at Galveston. Do we have representatives from UTMB on the phone?
I know we do. I just got an email from them.
They left.
We just heard some. Maybe we scared them off.
Disconnected again.
Okay. Bridge went down.
All right.
We had them on there briefly.
All right. Okay, let's look at this.
Oh, minute.
Folks want to get a cup of coffee or a cup of water? Glass of water? We got a second.
Sound advice, Rob.
Okay, so is this considered one of the rules?
No.
Just
a rewrite of the law.
Not considered.
It should be.
People who are not servants of Chase are cheater. And they're about to go to any extent. Jeez. Well, I have to say, are you, no, it's Pat that's a new member. How long have you been a member?
4 years.
It's my understanding of everything that Kevin said. I kind of felt a little loose on a couple of things. You know, the fact that it was posted, not like we should have been notified. Oh, no. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
is on the line from UTMB. Introduce themselves, please.
Yes, I'm Dr. Carolyn Utsi. I'm the department chair of our physical therapy department.
Hi, Carolyn. Welcome.
Thank you.
If you would like to lead us quickly through your proposal, typically the way these work is that a institutional representative will talk through the proposal. The DEAC will pose some questions. We'll have a short discussion.
Okay. I do appreciate this opportunity to present this proposal to this committee, and we're looking forward to having hopefully some good outcomes with it, both of your support and also recommendations, making this a great program. Just to give you a little bit of an overview, we're graduating our last class of Master of Physical Therapy students this December. And we have offered a bridge both to this class and to the class that graduated in 2008. And it's been pretty surprising at how many students have taken part in the bridge DPT because they've been interested in this kind of degree for the culmination of their education. Our Doctor of Physical Therapy degree was approved by the coordinating board in July 2007, and we admitted our first class in 2008. To give a little bit of a historical perspective of the DPT and the transition from a Master or Bachelor of Science degree to a DPT, over the past 10 years, the PT professional education curriculum has changed from entry-level masters to entry-level doctor of physical therapy. And this has been nationwide. We're now up to 201 programs out of 211 programs in the United States that offer a doctor of physical therapy. So this means that there are a lot of clinicians out there that don't have necessarily the same skill level nor the same content level that we're now graduating. So that presents a couple of problems, a difference in sometimes in the way folks are treating patients and have the knowledge level, but it also affects the way that our clinicians are helping to educate our doctorally prepared students when they may not be as proficient in their content of things like differential diagnosis, pharmacology, and imaging. So it's a twofold purpose here in not only helping to bring our clinicians up to a better standard of care for patients in general, but also to prepare our clinical instructors in order for them to better be able to teach our students that we're putting out there for clinical education. As far as UTMB is concerned, we've done surveys with our graduates from 2003 through 2007, and 75% declared an interest in pursuing advanced degrees if we offered it at UTMB. And then we've had a good response. We had 66% of our 2008 class that participated in the bridge, and 89% of this year's class will be participating in a bridge that will take them to a DPT level. And then informally, we have surveyed our graduates as we've done clinical education visits, and there's an overwhelming desire of these clinicians to acquire the extra content and knowledge and skill level of the DPT. We have resources to start up this program through grant funding that one of our faculty have, and it's called the STAIRS program. And STAIRS stands for Specialized Training in Occupational and Physical Therapists in Early Intervention and Related Services. So this funding will help to not only develop some of the courses, the core courses that we'll be using for this degree that transitions from a master's level to a doctoral level, but it's also providing education in a pediatric focus that's going to help areas of the neonatal intensive care, early childhood intervention, and family-centered types of therapy. We do have a mechanism to evaluate our program. We will be tracking outcome measures using mechanisms that we've already established here at UTMB through the UTMB's Office of Institutional Effectiveness. And then through our STAIRS program, we'll also be tracking our graduates to see where they go to work and to see what sort of specializations they seek post-graduation. The duration for this particular degree that is transitioning that master's or bachelor's degree to a DPT will probably only last 10 years in Texas, because by that time more folks will be graduating with a DPT and the need won't be there. But these courses could be utilized after that period for continuing education courses or offerings for clinical residency programs and offerings for specialty certification preparation. So in summary, we're looking at servicing two groups of graduates and students. We'll have one program that we have, the Doctor of Physical Therapy, that will be at an entry level with our current students, with just 2% of those courses being online credit hours. And then the proposed DPT transition program with the majority of the requirements for this degree online. It's the same degree, but a different mechanism of providing the degree curriculum. The impact on the program is that we'll have increased enrollment. We'll have increased responsibilities, including time for student advisement and additional course development and management. We'll also have an increased level of diversity of our students because we'll be helping to train licensed therapists that are already out there practicing, as well as entry-level students. And then there'll be increased tuition revenue that will assist in hiring additional program faculty. So that is basically our program, our proposal.
I appreciate that. And let me, before we open this up to questions, let me just sort of talk a little bit about the scope of the DEAC and where our interests lie. And I appreciate you laying out the program. I think typically where the questions fall are in terms of supporting a distance student, and so it's being delivery and support. And so if you would like to touch on those issues before we get to questions, it might help focus the discussion.
Sure, thank you for that. We have been doing online courses for distance education probably for the past 3 years for truly distance students. We've been using online services for our on-campus students, but not in an exclusive distance. Our distance education has really been for certification courses, and especially in pediatrics. We've gone through UT Telecampus for support of this, which has provided a mechanism of developing quality courses that are monitored for their quality. They're also the support system through the UT system, Telecampus, has allowed these courses to be online that has been easily accessed by students and monitored at the UT system. We also have support services at UTMB. There are a number of programs already at UTMB that have a great deal of distance education. Our clinical laboratory scientist program is one, and it's been very successful in accommodating our students and having access to the curriculum. And as well, the evaluation of those courses have been very positive from students that have participated in the certificate programs. Many of these same program offerings will then translate into the credit hours that we'll be using for our students. So does that help give you an idea of where we are with that?
That's a good intro. I'm going to go ahead and throw it open to the DEAC members for questions. Folks? Steve?
First of all, could the caller again identify? I couldn't catch your name. Sure.
It's Carolyn Utze, and I'm the program director for the physical therapy department in the School of Health Professions.
Oh, thank you, Carolyn. I read through the proposal earlier, and I thought it was a very, very, very good one. I'd just like to compliment you on the organization and also the tradition and history of UTMB in delivering online and distance learning courses. I know the tradition is very good. Can you hear me, by the way?
It's very difficult. I'm leaning in, but I'm still having a difficult time hearing.
Okay, I'll lean in too then.
Oh, thank you.
I just complimented you on the quality of the proposal. I thought the document was done very, very well.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. One of which you kind of touched on in your introductory comments, which has to do with marketing of the program.
Yes.
You talked about a lot of the students who are in the transitional program right now, and that was primarily the base of students who you would be having into the doctoral program as this all transitions into that the new doctoral program. What plans do you have also, though, to market this program to those students who aren't currently at UTMB or currently in a program?
We've actually, in a informal way, have been on listservs that have talked about our pediatric focus that we have, which is the startup funding that we have. And we have had probably close to 200 to 300 emails of interest, and they've been across the country. So through our pediatric focus and also on our website, those are the two main areas that we'll be looking at as far as marketing this.
Okay, and you think that's going to give you you think that's going to give you a fairly good student base to choose from?
I really do. We have folks that are waiting for this to be approved, and we want to wait till it's totally approved before we even let folks know that it's a go. We haven't said anything about it being a go other than a proposal. So we do have folks that are waiting on it, though.
One other
and a good number.
Okay, thank you. One other question that I had on page 22 of 26 of the document under evaluation. The one thing that caught my eye there is that the graduates of this program will not take a certification examination, or what really caught my eye is complete a dissertation. And I was curious about that. My first question that I just jotted down in my notes was, why not? And I know that you addressed it further through that section. You address stairs and tracking student success after they complete the program. But that, to me, didn't answer the question of why a dissertation was not required, because dissertation, of course, among many things, demonstrates the ability to do quality research and requires a student to develop a very high level of expertise in a very specialized area. How would that be accomplished in the program?
Because this is a clinical doctorate as opposed to an academic doctorate, the requirement even for our accreditation programs is a little bit different.
Okay.
They will be doing a case report, which goes through the research process. And this case report will then, for most of the students, if it's a quality report, we will be requesting that they submit them for presentations, either platform or poster presentation at our annual conferences and our combined sections meetings. So while there's no specific dissertation, there's still that evidence-based practice that we'll be incorporating and development of a manuscript that goes through the research and critical thinking and problem-solving aspect of it.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Here, I have some. This is Rosalind Smith from Texas Tech, and I read your proposal with interest and add a couple of simple questions. Is this to be a cohort model, or are students going to be admitted any semester?
Any semester is what we're looking at right now. And in part, the possible problems would be just making sure that our enrollment services are able to process the application and those sort of things. But for right now, we are considering that they could admit at any time in the year.
Okay,
so it would not be a cohort. You're correct.
Okay. Then I had a question on pages 12 and 13 of the proposal, where it's talking, and this gets sort of to the pedagogy, and I was just a little confused and wondered if you might talk a little bit more about the interaction, where on B1 you said that the practicing therapists, that there was no planned interaction for online and on-campus students in terms of direct interaction. And on page 13 it says that since experienced clinicians may take courses with inexperienced students, the face-to-face program participants may benefit from enriched interaction. So I was just a little confused as to, what your plan was in terms of interacting and with the online students and so forth. This is an issue that sometimes comes up in the distance programs.
Sure. For example, in our imaging and our pharmacology courses, those are core courses for both the entry level and this program that will be a transition program. In those different courses, the expertise that our experienced clinicians will bring in, especially in pharmacology and how they're able to relate it to the clinic side of it, may help we're hoping will help our students who are still just in the classroom didactic aspect of it see the clinical relevance, and it might be able to be enriched by their participation both in that one core course. The entry level will not necessarily be taking the advanced cognate focus courses unless they also take them as elective, and then they might be able to interact with experienced clinicians in that way. But primarily it's the core courses where the relationships might occur.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Okay.
That helps me understand that. And I have just a couple of more short questions here. In your projected enrollments, you said that you anticipate estimated enrollment is 20 new students. And when you were talking about the grant, you said you had grant funds to support 10 new students, or 10 students a year for 5 years, but your estimated enrollment was 20 students a year. I was just wondering if the plan, what your thinking was in that regard.
The 10 students would be funded through the STAIRS program.
Okay.
And so we are anticipating that we'll at least have 10 new students each year under that funding program. We know that we have had interest from, I haven't really kept a real good track of this, but we know that there are at least 25 to 30 students that are either recent grads or have graduated from our program at some time or another who have also expressed an interest in that. So we believe that we would have at least 10 more join the group in that aspect. And it wouldn't be a focus in pediatrics. It may be focused in orthopedics, women's health, global health, those kinds of focus areas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Can you tell me the role of the UT Telecampus, and I'm addressing this to you, Rob. I see it mentioned in here. What's the role?
It's actually a support mechanism. The UT Telecampus may coordinate online courses throughout the University of Texas system and has a catalog, per se, of all the courses that could be offered through UT Telecampus so that students at UTMB may be able to take an elective from another telecampus course that may be offered from UTEP. And it's all in one centralized location, but from many UT system schools. Whereas some of our courses that are only UT campus courses supported by our Blackboard suite, as opposed to being supported by the UT system.
And Carolyn, I didn't properly introduce myself. I'm the chair of the DEAC. My name's Rob, but I'm also the director of the Telecampus. And so I want to take a slice at answering this question as well for Mike, and that is that the Telecampus currently already supports several physical therapy courses from UTMB through the Imprints program.
Yes.
We have provided training for many of the faculty that are going to be teaching in this, and the Telecampus stands ready to support them as they make some decisions about moving this program forward.
Thank you. And I've actually participated in that training program and found it very beneficial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just got one. Carolyn, this is Marshall Schott, University of Houston. I'm assuming that the Telecampus is going to be the primary provider of instructional design and faculty support. Is that a fair assessment?
Probably 50% is what we're looking at.
And so what kind of resources do you have on site at UTMB to provide those kind of resources to faculty?
Well, we have similar support system. I think it's probably, I don't know if it's as organized as UT Telecampus is, but we do have support for our Blackboard. We have ongoing educational opportunities on campus to support us in our Blackboard, including software like Tegrity, Wimba, which are both, well, Tegrity is more of a recording, whereas Wimba is you can do live presentations for your and real-time presentations with your off-site participants. So from what I've experienced at UTMB, we have quality support with the educational components that go with it. Don Brunder is very good about offering these things for us and supporting us.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I don't see any more hands raised here. Carolyn, at this point, typically what we do is ask you to step off. I think we'll actually mute the phone bridge. Can we do that, man?
Actually, why don't we talk to UH first, since they're also online, and then consider both at the same time.
Vanessa has provided wise counsel that we will go ahead and jump to the other proposal, this one from the University of Houston. At the conclusion of that, then we will terminate the phone call, wrap up our discussions. We will take individual votes on each proposal, and then coordinating board staff will get back to you with the results of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have on the line from the University of Houston?
Nobody.
Did we lose them?
I'm sorry. Do I need to stay on, or are you ready for me to?
No, Carolyn. You're free to hang up.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you.
We had somebody from UH.
Do we have anybody from UH? There was somebody there.
Robert McPherson.
Was on the line.
He was on the line because I got an email from him saying I got an email saying I was bumped and have dialed back in.
Well, maybe he needs to.
No, technology.
Marshall, you can just rattle away.
Well, I thought I just heard a voice.
That's in your own head.
But it's only one, and usually there are more. So that's what's surprising.
Time to quiet the voices.
Of course. I mean, I will preface the remarks that what we're seeking is degree authority to take an existing program for which we have degree program authority off campus. It will be delivered primarily face-to-face. So the technology implications are clearly not going to be as marked as if we were proposing an online degree program.
And I have to. Hello?
Why do I guess that that's Robert responding to my email?
I bet you're right.
Quickly. Long utility typing.
We do a little biometric authentication. He may not be hearing us.
That's what I'm wondering.
If it's not,
we can hear him, but maybe he can't hear us.
Email him and tell him
because the rules require it.
Because
the rules require it. Our preference would have been not to.
Oh no, you want to engage us in your
here
processes.
I guess I'm getting my own little lesson in teleprompting or TDDing.
Okay.
He's written that he is on. He could hear UTMB very well, but we are very faint and intermittent. So
you just speak into the microphone.
Speak into the microphone, and Robert, can you talk to us because we're not hearing anything but you're typing.
Hello, Robert.
And that even went away.
CQ.
Hello?
Hello. Hey. Hi there. That sounds great. Robert, we are ready to discuss the proposal at hand. Marshall was giving us a broad overview, but we'd like to ask you to introduce yourself and to step us through the proposal that we're looking at.
Okay. I'm Bob McPherson. I'm the Executive Associate Dean for the College of Education at the University of Houston. And in the room with me are Drs. Stephen Bush and Angus McNeil, who are the coordinators of the EDD program in educational leadership. And I hear you guys intermittently and faintly.
All right, we will try to speak up and speak loudly.
Okay.
If you would, take a moment to just give us an overview of the proposal that has been submitted. The process typically is that the institutional representative will talk about the proposal, and then we'll take a round of questions from the DEAC members. At that time, when we conclude the discussion, we'll go ahead and ask y'all to hang up the phone, and then we will conclude by discussing and taking a vote on this. The results of that will be communicated to you shortly by the coordinating board staff.
Okay.
It's not new to us. We've been going to Sci-Fi for a long time.
So, Bob, if you could give us, if you could go ahead and give us.
You want me to start talking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Effectively, we were approached by the Cy-Fair Independent School District to essentially deliver courses that we offer for our Doctorate of Education and Educational Leadership at their campus site. And so we are responding to that request by initially offering some initial courses out there this fall, and would like to continue to deliver the entire degree program there. It is a face-to-face degree program identical to the one that we offer here on campus. Essentially the same faculty that are teaching the courses here also go out to their campus and teach another set of courses. They have 17 students enrolled in the cohort, and we're meeting them out there most of the time, but in fact today we're bringing them back here on campus to meet with our program faculty to talk about their research activities related to a candidacy paper requirement for the program. And that's the quick summary of where we are.
I appreciate that very much. What I'd like now to do is open this up for questions. I'm going to ask the first question, and then when the DEAC members do talk, get right up on the mic like you're Joe Cocker or something.
Who's that?
You guys are having more fun at that end than we are on this end.
If we weren't laughing, we'd be crying. My first question is really sort of a process question. Given that you're going to be offering this in the Sci-Fair, have you gone through the notification procedures for the folks in that area, the other higher educational institutions in that area?
No, we have not, because it was our understanding that if the district approached us to deliver the program, that we could at least on a trial basis begin offering courses there, and then that we needed to notify you guys and get your authorization for offering the entire degree out there.
Okay. I'm going to bounce this question over to Marshall, who I'm looking across the table at as well.
Okay.
I think we'll have a conversation after the meeting, and we'll.
I remember seeing the notification.
So maybe you.
Okay, I'll have to go back and check. I do know that this initial course offering that was made in the fall, the notifications didn't go out until the fall. Right.
Okay.
But it didn't occur prior to the start of the semester.
Okay. Other questions? Claudia.
I have a question. I'm Claudia McDonald, and I'm from Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi. And
I heard part of that, Claudia.
Well, at least you got the first name. I'm from Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi.
Hi.
So my question is, the synopsis that we have in the paper says the courses will be delivered primarily face-to-face, and then it goes with some other things in there. How much of it are hybrid courses? What's the involvement with distance component rather than face-to-face?
Okay, I'm going to let Dr. Angus McNeil respond to that. He's one of the co-directors of the program.
Almost all of our courses are hybrid, both 50-50, and face-to-face and then online. Is that the question you asked?
Yes, it says they are primarily face-to-face, so I was trying to figure out how much is actually hybrid, how much is online. I mean, does each course have an online component? Does each course have some? How much of it is actually face-to-face?
Yeah, it's identical to the program we have here on campus, but our campus program has migrated over the last 4 or 5 years to almost being 50-50 hybrid.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
In other words, each course has a face-to-face component to it, but there are certain assignments and certain instruction that's actually done online.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, Rosalind.
I'm Rosalind Smith from Texas Tech. I was wondering, when you were talking about this reconfiguration of the doctoral program and the changes that were going to take place, it wasn't clear to me if those same changes...
Rosalind, it sounds like you're still in Lubbock. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. I was just wondering about, in terms of the impact of the delivery of this program on your on-campus program, it wasn't clear to me if you're going to also reconfigure your on-campus doctoral program to mirror what you're proposing here for Sci-Fair, or is the changes that you're talking about here are only going to be delivered to that off-campus program?
No, the program, they're identical programs. And it's the same group of faculty that are supporting and sustaining the program here that are also doing that program out there. And effectively what we did was, rather than we admit the usual size cohort on this campus, we limited enrollment here and there so that we could sufficiently staff the courses.
Okay, thank you.
Do I see any other questions? Mr. McDonald.
This is Randy McDonald from SFA. In the abstract, it says that the proposal is to offer it in school districts, and that only this first cohort is in Cypress Fairbanks. Could you speak more to your future plans?
Initially, that was our. We were moving in that direction because we have such a high demand for the doctorate here, but we're reaching the conclusion that that's not realistic. We'll continue to finish out this Sci-Fair cohort, but we're apt to be asking for permission to offer the course at a centralized off-campus site in the future, but we're not there yet.
Okay, and another question for clarification on what you were talking about earlier with the percentage of courses that are online, or the courses that have a percentage of work of their work is online.
Yeah, essentially all the courses have at least a 50% face-to-face contact, and then there is an online component that accompanies that. So none of the courses are being delivered exclusively online, as I understand it.
How many of the courses would you say or what percentage of the courses in the program are being delivered with the majority of the content of those individual courses online?
There is none of the courses in the sequence of courses that we offer that are less than 50% face-to-face. They're all at least 50% face-to-face, and sometimes more. Sometimes it's like 20% online. Many of them are 50-50, though.
Okay, thank you.
But just go ahead. But just about every one of the courses, what you're saying is that every one of the courses includes an online component.
Did I answer your question?
Well, this is Steve Levy from Houston Community College, and I'm asking a follow-up question to that. So what you're saying is that every course has an online component.
Sorry, we can't hear the question.
Go ahead. Get right on it. So what you're saying is that every course has an online component to it, and it's delivered, generally speaking, in a hybrid mode.
Correct.
Does that mean that what would normally be delivered fully in the classroom in a face-to-face environment in varying percentages, like you said before, is now being replaced by an online interactivity, online delivery?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think that's
kind of
what we were going at originally with Claudia's question too. I don't want to speak for you.
And it's obviously in response to the nature of our delivery of our programs here in a city this size. Our students, get off work at 4:30 or 4 o'clock, and they've got to make an hour to 2-hour commute to come to campus.
Okay.
And so what we try to do is ensure that when they do come on campus, the quality of that face-to-face interaction is extremely high. And then we provide them some flexibility with varying degrees, depending on the course and the content, with some online instruction.
Okay, and all of the instructional design, course development support, faculty training, and all of that is supplied by the University of Houston staff at the central campus, or at the main campus. I'm sorry.
We're very well supported internally in the College of Education and also through Marshall Schott's office.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, I want to thank you for putting up with our technical ups and downs and our difficult audio connection. At this point, what we're going to do is ask you to go ahead and hang up. We will then discuss your proposal internally. It will get put to a vote, and you'll hear the results of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And just for the folks that had the question, well, it was my question about approval.
I just pulled up the email that Marshall sent, and on October 6, 2009, notification went out to Rice, Houston Baptist, Prairie View, St. Thomas, Texas State, and the 3 other local UH campuses giving notification of this program proposal. And so that was on October 6th, and we have received no objections to this date. And it was also posted online for public comment period, for the 30-day public comment period, and we received no public comments. So program notification was done.
And it came from you, Marshall. Good job.
Just on clarification, which Texas State are you talking about?
I'm sorry, not Texas State, Texas Southern.
Thank you.
I still see TSU sometimes.
TSU, really?
Sorry about that.
And Marshall, how about Texas A&M?
Clearly.
We're not required to notify A&M because it's 50 miles more from the campus. I think it's outside the service area. I may be wrong, but historically we haven't included them on the distribution list for programs. We may want to revisit that given Northwest Houston, and I don't know what the mileage is from Northwest Houston to College Station.
It's more than 50
More than 50
miles.
miles.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right. All right. Rather than taking them in order, since we just had the discussion about the UH proposal, why don't we wrap that one up? Thoughts? And if so, somebody so inclined, put a motion forward. I assume you'll be recusing yourself?
I will.
I make a motion we approve the Houston proposal.
Second?
Second.
Discussion about this? Seems pretty straightforward. Rosalind?
Well, I was a little curious when I read it. Sometimes it was a little hard for me to follow along the points that were being covered according to the guidelines. Things seem to be presented in a different kind of a format, which doesn't speak to the substance of the proposal, just to the ease of trying to ensure that all of the different points were covered. I didn't know if there was a...
I think that's useful.
I mean, we use the request for new programs model, and then again, a lot of the narrative is about philosophically the approach to developing a particular
because
program.
That's a really good point, because I had actually called Vanessa and asked her, because there is a new request for new program doctoral format, which is different from the guidelines for new doctoral. I mean, for distance or off-campus proposals, and I think it gets a little confusing sometimes, and it might be good if we could figure out a way to...
Yeah, I think what we had with the UH case and where we need to provide some clarification, most of the time when y'all consider distance ed doctorates, they're programs that are already established face-to-face on campus. So the form that y'all provided input on and that we have up for distance ed doctoral programs presumes that the institution is already offering it face-to-face. And that is, believe it or not, less information than the new doctoral program proposal form that's out there. The new doctoral program proposal form is for institutions that are proposing a new doctorate for the first time. It includes information about distance education in there because we have had a few isolated cases in the past where somebody wanted a new doctorate and only wanted to offer it via distance ed. But I think where the confusion is that we haven't been clear on which form needs to be used, and we're going back and doing new frequently asked questions for the website, and that'll be something that we can clarify there.
Well, having asked that question, I would say that I thought it was very well written and very well done. So,
Rob, we implemented a doctoral committee last year. Do we have a recommendation from that committee as to whether or not we should
We don't on this one.
Not on this.
Is there a reason why we don't?
Yeah, because it was never submitted to the committee to be considered.
That was my oversight, and I take responsibility for that.
The reason I asked the question of Dr. McPherson earlier about the instructional design, course support, and all that is because maybe I overlooked it, but I didn't see it in this proposal at all. And so, related to discussion just a few minutes ago also about that, could we make sure that in the form in the future, since we're the ones who are concerned with distance education delivery, we're specializing in that, or taking special interest in that component of this delivery of the program, that we have sections asking about how the courses will be developed, how the faculty will be trained, how the courses will be supported, what kind of specialized student services are there for online learners. Lots of them do mention library services, but that ought to be a required question as well. I think we need that, because those are the things that I find myself always looking for.
Trying to figure out.
And if I could add, I mean, all of these courses under our current operating guidelines are face-to-face classes. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, these would really fall into if you look at the Sloan C definition, these are like web-enhanced courses.
Right.
And so that's why that particular element was not emphasized in the proposal.
And I think that highlights, our continuing difficulty as to how to institute rules that are appropriate for fully online as we move as we move laterally into hybrid deliveries as well, because some of the student services that are appropriate for a truly distant student may not be required. They might be appropriate, but not required to provide quality instruction in a hybrid format, because they're going to get the services in a different modality.
Right, but nonetheless, it still requires in the proposal how those courses, whatever online component exists, how those courses are going to be developed.
Correct.
And how
but the reason we're reviewing
what kind
this
of instructional design goes into those.
You're exactly right. But the reason we are reviewing this is because of the off-site delivery, not.
Yeah, I know this one's an unusual case.
And we do have that in the form. I think what we'll do is we'll just go back in and bold that and underline it and include an explanatory note that is of particular importance. But the request for that information exists in the form that we have up right now.
When we were talking about this, the thing to me, it was no different than what it currently exists, except it's being offered at a different location. So the questions really need to reside about our services and accessibility to libraries and those kinds of things. And if that's what we've been talking about, or that clarification could be, I didn't see it, it may have been in there, but that to me was what the issue was, not that it was as viewing a off-campus program or off-campus program in this case. Was that addressed in any way, or how are students going to get library services? How are they going to get student services?
The issue about the library and academic advising student support services is addressed. The instructional design infrastructure is not addressed because, again, I can't emphasize enough, this is a face-to-face degree program.
That's what I'm saying.
Looks like a face-to-face program, walks like a face-to-face program. It's a face-to-face program. They utilize Blackboard to post material to facilitate discussions in between class meetings, but otherwise it is very much a face-to-face type program.
See, that's where I got confused, is how much am I paying attention to this? If it is face-to-face, where it says primarily face-to-face, I'll be nice.
It wasn't you.
But that was what I was trying to get clarification on, is how much of a tizzy do I get in?
Well, and again, I mean,
face-to-face program.
we use the language that we'll use moving forward with SACs, in terms of SACs notification. And again, it's primarily face-to-face.
But I think we just need some clarification when these things go out, that you guys, you're really walking and talking face-to-face, and you're kind of giving us a courtesy notice.
That would be a good mention, too.
Great idea.
Good idea. And I just wanted to add one thing for Marshall's benefit. I mean, I do understand the concept of identical programs, but One of the reasons I asked the question I asked was because in the background information here in the prospectus it says the UH-EDD degree still specifies 66 semester hours of required course credits. And then when you get further into the proposal it talks about 51 hours.
I was going to ask that same thing.
So that was why I was a little confused about how, is it the same, or are you changing the on-campus program? Have you already changed it?
We already have. We already have.
Are we off campus?
Further down. Exploring this issue, we have decided as a council we adopted the fact that we would have a doctoral committee that would make recommendations to the group. That process was not followed, so we're not following the rules that we adopted as a group. We came here, those of us not on the group, expecting to hear a recommendation from that group, and we didn't get one today. So we should have read this in more detail and with more care than had we had the recommendation that we as a group.
I appreciate that insight. We always have the ability to modify and move forward. The doctoral subcommittee was, in my estimation, a workload effect, not a deep policy effect. These two proposals came to us directly, to the entire DEAC, directly from coordinating board. Our only defined role is to review and approve. How we choose to do that is up to us. I appreciate the comment about deviation.
Would you correct me if I'm wrong
next week? Did we agree that proposals would go to your committee and then we as a group would receive a recommendation from your committee?
We did, and I apologize. That was my oversight this time.
So I think the first issue we need to discuss is whether we want to deviate from those guidelines that we had already adopted.
We have a motion on the floor. You are free to amend that motion or to
I don't want to be the. I'm going to put it out there. It's a concern. You're the chair. I think you as the chair should take responsibility and deal with that.
I appreciate your instruction. What I said is that we have a motion on the floor, and I'd like to either vote it up or down. If the DEAC would like to kick this over to the doctoral committee for approval or review, and then to come back to the coordinating board and come back to the full DEAC, we can certainly do that.
That would be a teleconference call.
We could establish a teleconference call as early as next week to bring everybody back on the phone.
Or one of them?
I'm sorry?
Both
it would be both proposals.
We could do them both. We would do
neither one.
Yes. And if we voted down, then it would be something else. Motion on the floor. So at this point, I would call the question.
Thank you.
Well, I think though Kevin didn't characterize this way, what he was raising was a point of order, whether we should be considering the motion at all. I don't know if he wants to characterize it that way and whether we have somebody with Robert's rules here, but the issue is if we deviated from the policy, we need to waive that in order to consider this.
I would take issue that it was policy, it was process we had discussed. I don't think we had ever codified that all doctoral programs will go to a doctoral subcommittee in any way, shape, or form. So therefore, to my mind, the creation of the doctoral subcommittee was simply as a workload issue, not as a hard and fast policy. You must hit this step every time. And I will totally go with the
I'd like
decision.
to give Doug's input as the chair.
I tend to share Rob's viewpoint of that this was it's a decision the administration or the staff can make here as to whether they want to route those or not. So if I certainly it's being considered by the whole committee at this point. That would be one more step. If the committee so desires it, fine. But otherwise, everyone's had a chance to look at this, ask questions, and consider it, which is the thing that the subcommittee would have done.
I want to share that Doug and I have worked quite a lot on the subcommittee work on this, and one of the things that I always take into effect is whether this becomes a pattern or simply an oversight. I can't think of the number of times there's been oversights in the work I do, so I use that as a standard, and there is no better quorum than we have here to have looked at that document. So to step back, I do not think is a necessary part of our process, and that would be my input.
All right, I believe the question's been called. The motion is to approve the University of Houston EDD and curriculum instruction offered at Sci-Fair. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Was that seconded?
Yes, it was.
Who seconded it?
We seconded.
Claudia seconded it.
Oh, wait, I
Seconded over there.
Yeah.
And one.
All opposed, please, same sign.
I'm going to oppose on the basis that I don't think all of the question. That we had time for proper discussion.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Randy is as a.
And Jan Richards agrees with Randy.
Okay.
So two opposed.
So let's
Randy,
go through this directly again.
Do we need to do a roll call since we have dissension?
No, but I would like a raise of hands. All up in favor of this proposal, please raise your hand. Can we count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All opposed, please raise your hand.
So we have 3 opposed and 1 recused.
Wait, where's the third? Oh, Kevin, okay. And Marshall is abstaining. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, let's talk about the UTMB doctoral program. In physical therapy.
I move to approve.
Second.
And there's been a second. Discussion on this proposal?
Who seconded?
Marshall did. All right, hearing no discussion, I would ask that all in favor of this proposal, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Thank you. All opposed? 1.
Eason opposed. Robinson recused.
And I'm definitely.
Lunch is here.
Thank you. Both of these pass. Boarding board staff will notify the institutions of that outcome. Let us break for lunch. Let's take 30 minutes, and we will take on the other fun topic. think we're unmuted as of now, so.
That was me plugging that.
So watch what you're saying. Nice try, James. All right.
Back.
And I will remind everybody we are now broadcasting again, so anybody out there still paying attention to us, welcome back. I hope everybody here had a tasty lunch. Let us re-engage item 7, discussion of proposed changes to distance education and off-campus education policy and procedures. And let me frame the issue with some sensitivity. There clearly has been confusion as to what this product is or what the appropriate procedure was to produce this product. Let us start from today, be as clear as possible moving forward. The total package of rules changes and then the procedures document. The procedures document must be predicated by approved rules, and we don't have approved rules yet. We believe that the current state of the rules will get approved with the changes to the HERC issue at the next full coordinating board meeting. Is that a fair statement?
God, I hope so.
Which is what date?
January 28th.
January 28th.
All right. Very shortly thereafter, there needs to be a procedures document that is provided so that institutions and the HERCs can be clear as to what impact the rules changes had on the way that they operate. The procedures document is an action statement based on the rules, right? DEAC does not have to approve the procedures document. We are operating in our advisory capacity. We are the Distance Education Advisory Council. We represent the body knowledge of distance education in the state, he says, not humbly. But our institutions each engage distance education in a variety of different ways. All of that needs to become reflected in and react to the rules, and that needs to become part of the policy, the procedures document. I get my P's mixed up. What I would like to propose is, in the spirit of collecting as broad and leaving this open for the longest possible period of time from this day forward, that we move much of the discussion. We can start the discussion here, but I will call time at some point, that we take the discussion into an online format. I would like to propose that the document, the draft document that we have here, be posted on a wiki. That wiki be broadly made available and open, and that we formulate discussions and changes in that environment. That allows us to capture the sort of thread of the ongoing discussion. And if we aim toward some consensus, if we can achieve consensus, by the end of January, I believe the coordinating board needs to be able to throw a rope around this and solidify it by the middle of February, so I'd like to have a little bit of squeeze time in there. We're at the beginning of December. Let's extract some holidays out there. Essentially, I believe that would give us about 6 weeks of discussion and input. This does not need to be made a motion because we are simply advising on this, but I would like to hear your thoughts on that process. Rosalind?
I think that sounds like a reasonable proposal, and if you at some point are going to open the floor for any, I have a couple of other things I was just going to mention about that, but
okay,
can wait until you get responses from other people about your comment.
I like the wiki idea.
You're talking about this.
Yeah. And Rob, if we go that route, I'd like to suggest that we use the wiki that we used for process in the rules documents, because most are already members. We'll add anybody that isn't, and we're that far ahead of having the forum set up to proceed.
I would like to go so far as to have it open for editing, and a wiki, anybody can view it, but you need to grant some rights for editing. I'd like the default condition to be open, right, so that the folks who participated throughout the rules process don't need to ask any sort of special permission or
anybody else can.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Blow can come in and let's approach this in a Wikipedia fashion. What that means is, though, that we will need to also pay attention. All of us will need to pay attention to the sort of core, and if somebody inserts some changes, we'll need to react to them in some way.
But it's kind of like a silent auction in that sense. Whoever there's last,
right. That's right.
They win.
Right, and we can scale it. We can close it in phases. So, right. Other thoughts about this, Kevin?
This text, am I correct that this is the text that the charts are based off of? Is that right?
That's a good question, Randy.
Corresponding.
Yeah, and there's the charts are a whole different. This is the text that the charts would be based off of, and obviously there's going to have to be some changes to those charts too once we get the new rules passed.
And you want to clarify what the chart is that you're talking about?
The charts are I think everyone in here probably knows, they're those infamous sets of charts that show what needs what sort of approval process for what level of course offered in what format. And they're kind of bulky, unwieldy, not so easily navigable documents. I mean, we are trying to, one of my goals is with the policy document to make this one more user-friendly than the last one, and with those charts to make it more user-friendly than the last one, so we have as much transparency as possible, and also so it's as clear as possible.
And clearly the charts will need to change because nothing else, because of the change to the HERC about dual credit.
Can you was this created from scratch, or did you just go in and insert a few changes? And if so, can you help point out what is different in this document from the old document?
Go ahead, Linda.
When I first looked at that document, it seemed to me that it was almost a regurgitation of the rules, and there's no point in having the rules in two places. So what I was trying to do was to sort of condense things, leaving out as much of the rule language as I possibly could. But like Vanessa said, this is very, very, very rough. We just wanted to have something to bring to you so you could have an idea of the direction that we were going in.
But we can, Randy, to answer your question, we can go in and highlight where there's been any substantive change from the old notification and policies document. I can work on that tomorrow. The language isn't identical to the old document because, again, we were trying to simplify the language.
Could I suggest that as we put the wiki up in the next few days, that we provide both documents on the wiki?
Answered my question.
Okay, but just to remind me, because I'm just having foggy recollection. I know we got the rules, but we also had another document akin to this one, right? And then the charts.
Correct.
So there has been another document outside of the rules.
Yes.
For some time. Okay.
Yes. And that's up on our website right now. It hasn't been revised since 2005. I'm not even sure the charts were revised in 2005.
They look pretty static.
I don't guess there's an easy way to have a wiki version of the chart. I can't.
Patrick?
It does tables, so.
But the editing might be tricky.
Yeah, because
I need to know HTML.
Well, and I think the version that I have of the chart is PDF.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know whether
but we can comment.
Graphic or
As a document, we can comment on it.
And in the chart, based on the documents, so what's the point in working on the chart until the document's finished?
Spoken with wisdom.
Scrap the chart and let it organically come out of whatever we decide the procedures are.
Right.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Rosalind?
Well, I was, before Randy brought it up, I was just going to make a pitch. I know that sometimes the charts can be a little bit unwieldy, but I found them to be really handy cheat sheets.
Mm-hmm. They are that.
And particularly for people that want to develop a new program and really don't kind of understand what you're talking about.
Right.
And so I use them a lot, so I would look forward to seeing, whatever happens with those. The other thing that I was going to ask a question about in the notification, I think it's in the notification and approval procedures, and I know it's on the chart, something about if you offer 4 or more doctoral courses that you need to let the coordinating board know, but less than a program and so forth. Wherever, I would hate to see all of the language relating to doctoral things get lost. And I understand the HERC stuff is really important, but the doctoral stuff is really helpful to have that.
And maybe what we do is we add a doctoral section. I don't think we really have had that before. It's been in bits and pieces.
Different pieces, yeah.
But it sounds like maybe a good idea would be to add a section that specifically in our policies that specifically recaps the policies relating to distance and doctoral programs, and that would be one piece, because that 4-course thing is in the charts, but it's not in the companion policy document that was edited last in 2005.
All right. Yep. I'm sitting here cogitating that once it's up on the wiki, to me, a flow chart would work better than a chart for this type of process-oriented thing.
Algorithmic, yeah.
So you want to put a program together.
Yeah.
Or a decision tree.
Little activity to get to do.
True. I'll whack together a flow chart. You have fun with that. Stop.
Well, and I think we had kind of gone down that road a little bit, that it basically worked in the sense of, as someone who was new to proposing a program, that you were asked questions and about the nature of it, and go, okay, well, you don't have to answer all these other ones, but you do need to answer this one. And then at the end, you didn't have to look at all the fields and consider which answer was right. It gave you the answer based on how you responded to the question.
Decision tree. And that is cool.
Yes,
and that's
exactly.
very cool.
Will you divide these, as Kevin had suggested, prior to putting them on the wiki? Because I'm not smart enough to do that in my own brain.
Divide old and new?
Well, no, in the
divide
sense of the two.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
They were already divided as part of the other
Right.
project.
That's why it's great to start with that tool. Absolutely.
I've got a question about the content.
Okay.
Ready to entertain those?
Absolutely.
Not in our last meeting, but in the one before that, we unanimously adopted the use of a common template and then it be posted electronically. So I'm just curious where we are with that, and if that should be included in the notification. That would be very helpful.
I mean, the common template for the doctoral?
For the HERC. For the HERC reports.
One Vicky Trey weeks.
You're right.
Yeah.
Which is really, it's a cool tool.
We would put that in with this, and that would also, we've not sent anything out to the regional councils yet.
Well, I just wondered what the coordinating board's response to that recommendation was.
I don't think that there's going to be a problem with it. McGregor hasn't looked at it in a while, and he'll look at everything before we send it back out to the regional councils, but I don't think that there's a problem with it. It would be very useful for us to have a common reporting tool that each of the regional councils uses and make our lives easier, too.
Would it need to be revised?
STC had volunteered to host that. They were the ones who programmed it and put it up. We're just putting it out there in case that... I know we used it as a pilot in the MHERC group, and it was incredibly helpful. They were posted a week before. They were just spreadsheets that we were able to print out instead of pouring through bound documents. Made our meeting much more efficient. So.
And I'm not sure if it made it to the formal proposal or what you received as a recommendation, but while it was helpful to have it as PDF, I think it would be even more valuable as a database resource where you could actually be able to do some reporting within the data that's provided from the members of the HERC, and we could search it if we're only interested in certain types of programs by the different fields.
I think, our sense is trying to move to as many electronic things as we can. I'm not sure that we're going to be in a position this go-around with the HERCs to use it with all 10 of the HERCs. Our concern, my primary concern right now is that there's significant enough changes in what the HERCs will be doing that I'm hesitant to also throw in a significant change in how they operate at the same time. We also are trying to do some work internally in how we host different things and how we work with different agencies in hosting. So it may not be that you see all of the HERCs using that electronic database, but I don't want you to think that it's gone away, because that's still what we would like to move to. It may not be feasible for the spring.
And the HERC reports might have to change in lieu of the changes.
But eventually we would like to get to that system.
If everyone's amenable, again, I don't want to put it to vote, that we throw this open to the broadest spectrum possible of input via a wiki. We'll use the wiki that's already been established. That process worked very well. And we will shoot for closing this, and we'll have some discussions in the wiki itself about when we're going to we may need to, again, as Patrick pointed out, sort of do a step close fashion. We might close it to everyone and leave it open for the DEAC, and then get it to Vanessa. Randy.
As we're editing the wiki, will there also be a discussion forum?
Yes.
Alongside that?
Discussion, there's a place for discussion below the documents. And that to me, that's where a lot of the valuable stuff took place too. All right. Other thoughts? Okay. We will do that. Thank you for that, and we will attempt to provide the most useful feedback to the coordinating board regarding these procedures in the next 6 weeks. Next 8 weeks, but 6 weeks of productivity. All right. Let's move forward on item number 8. Discussion of feasibility of creating standardized online core curriculum master courses. Now you're probably wondering what that is. There are a number of elements of active discussion going on across the state. You heard that part of the interim charge was let's find some efficiencies. Much of that is related to e-text. There is an active discussion inside the coordinating board about, is it conceivable to build, for lack of a better term, master courses at the lower division undergraduate level that many institutions could use. In other words, not reinvent the wheel, have standardized course, and that course may well integrate e-texts. I'd like to start this discussion now this is a fairly narrow item on the agenda, but I want to frame it in a very broad sense. That broad sense is, what is a DEAC going to be when we grow up? All right? So that's sort of a whole other aspect of this. But if you put the history of the DEAC into on a timeline, we have gone through a period of early on we approved everything, right? That was not workable as the volume and scale moved up. We then got into a role where, and very appropriately, where we were trying to make institutions aware of the elements of quality. That took as its artifact the reports. And then when every institution had closed the reports, we all decided that we were losing productivity, that there wasn't much more to be gained, that most of the institutions had done most of the things correctly. We still have a role in reviewing doctoral programs like we did today. But yet, if that's the sole function, does that merit quarterly meetings of the DEAC, right? It is also clear, I think, to all of us that there is so much going on in the state in terms of distance education. This is such an important aspect of higher education in the state of Texas that we have an important role to play. But it's up to us to define that role. One of the first things that we can do, I think, is to seize on this idea and this activity about a state-approved master course. And with that, I'm going to punt the discussion over to George for a few comments, and then I want to open it up and just get the sense. What I'd like to hear first is, does it make sense? Can you see it being used at your institution? Would your institution be interested in participating in the creation of it? And then what about the e-text aspect of this, right?
We've actually had some discussion. Dallas has got 7 colleges and a Course Center. In terms of that whole concept, what we pay for courses that are built, the same types of courses at campuses, and we have 8 campuses, we're expending a tremendous amount of money, and there seems to be a natural progression to at least a common frame or structure that might have an application in the lower division courses. And so the concept for me is very entertaining, and the question I have is for this committee, as we really look into the roles that this committee can make an impact in, if this is a solution that may be in the future for the state of Texas, how long are they going to be paying for different varieties of courses? Is that a task that this group can take on and at least look into and investigate and come back with something reasonable in terms of a parameter where that might or might not be possible? I'm entertaining that because I think it has a direct application for us and our colleges and our 70,000, 100,000 online students and the quality of courses that we deliver in our district. And so if I toss out, does it have application to anyone else?
I'm curious what the difference is between this and the course redesign project, because we have courses developed with coordinating board funds that we still haven't implemented a process for schools to even get those materials yet. Well, it seems to me it would be a mistake to take on another task at this point when we have courses that are 2 or 3 years old that we have yet to disseminate.
Well, to be clear, the instrument for dissemination of that content is just wrapped up its first year of building. It's a non-trivial project, the Texas Learning Object Repository, and it will be reaching out to the recipients of Course Redesign in the next 9-10 months to acquire that content and make it available. And I do want to draw a distinction between the redesign and what we're talking about here. Redesign was in specific content areas. Many of the redesign projects were not fully online, right? So it was content oriented. We're talking here about designing from the start courses that can be used by multiple institutions, and so I see a distinction between the activities. It is the happiest of all worlds would be that these master courses utilize existing content from the redesign project. That was the idea behind that redesign project, is to get as much use as possible from that content.
I want to throw out one more thought, which is important to me, and this, the complexity is not one to be overlooked. Number one, how does this help with our student retention, which is huge? And the other thing is, how does this help us in terms of closing the gap? So, I mean, there's some really serious things to look at if we're going to move into an initiative like that, and those have to be considered. I think a close look at the course redesign, where some of that application might fall in, is absolutely important. And so this is almost as if it's just a feasibility study, and I'm struggling for a word, but there's somehow, it's only a matter of time before we're going to have to bring some of this together. And the other thing is, I've been here a couple of years, and we've had conversations about really striking real substance that can impact what we do as a distance education committee. And this is one of those things that I think is something that we should take a look at.
One of the go ahead.
I just want to say, in terms of course redesign, when we look at phases, we've completed phase 1, 2, and 3 of course redesign, and we have 2 phase 4 projects that have about 8 to 10 months left in them. If we look at all of the courses in all 4 phases of course redesign, and right now we're not aware that there'll be any more phases because we're not aware that there's funding for any more phases. If we look at that, maybe 1/4, 1/3 tops of those courses were developed as online courses. Most of them were redesigned as face-to-face or hybrid courses. And so, again, that distinction here is, in the ideal world, we incorporate course redesign material in any online courses that are developed here, but most of the course redesign courses were not developed as fully online courses. Most of them were developed as hybrid courses, and if you're familiar with any of NCAT's work, you know that that's sort of one of the things that NCAT pushes as their cost effectiveness measure, is taking some content online and releasing faculty time and room time.
You're talking about fully online lower division courses.
Correct. That's just for the scope of discussion. Let's frame it like that.
Right.
One of the things, or two or three things come to mind on this is one is what's in it for the institutions. We can design all of this and come up with great stuff, but how are we going to sell it at our institutions? And what's the advantage for a department to adopt a course when basically they want to do their own anyway? Especially if you have a built-in reward system, which most of us do with money that we collect for distance learning fees and so forth. And I harken back, I don't know if any of y'all have been around that long, if you remember Annenberg and the problems that were associated with those television courses. And those are lessons to be learned, I think, and they did not, for the most part, were not adopted by four-year graduate institutions, but rather ended up in the community colleges. For, I think, many of the same reasons that I've just explained. So, I kind of take a look at this and see what this is insofar as maybe looking at department chairs and not even at the deans at that point. I mean, just what are those department chairs and how are they going to sell this to their faculty? I can see freshmen in English that might, they'd look at this and toss it out because it doesn't really fulfill what they see are the important things to be taught in, English 1310.
You just hit on a really good point, too, because I would if this is a direction we're planning, I've had about a million thoughts about this since the conversation started, because there's a million directions this conversation could take. I don't know the answer to this, but I'm questioning as to whether we should be the right people to even talk about starting this initiative alone. I think we need to be consulting with deans, department chairs, and the faculty who actually teach these courses.
And Steve, let me interrupt just a second.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. Really, what I want to know is, can we promulgate the idea? In other words, I want to be clear. I'm not proposing that this group of folks right here solve the problems.
Right. Yes. Point well taken. I'm not sure whether we can even promulgate the idea without that kind of input that I was recommending before. In fact, I know that we can't. Every college has a difference in curriculum of what they're teaching for English 1301 at Tarrant and English 1301 at Houston and English 1301 at George's. And it's different. Everything is different. So faculty acceptance is a really important point. We have been producing, just as a matter of fact, we've been producing master courses at Houston Community College for the past 6 or 7 years. We've probably got 25 courses done to date. We're really accelerating our development of them. But our influence in being able to distribute those courses and have faculty use those courses is solely at our college level. Once a master course is produced at HCC, it can be used in a hybrid, distance ed, web-enhanced environment, whatever it may be, and is actually required by the new faculty teaching that course to use that as a starting point. But then they have the ability to personalize it, to change it, to modify it however they want to, so long as they teach all the required curriculum as set forth by the discipline. So that's another issue that we need. Again, it's the acceptance and distribution issue that James was talking about. I'm sorry to hear that there may not be any more money for the course redesign, because I think one of the best ways that we might approach this, if we're going to, is to redesign the course redesign process and do more things fully online, like Mike was talking about, in that using that same model as a process. The other thing, one of the other 500 thoughts, is that are we going to create a master course divide here, like in terms of a digital divide? Are we going to create institutions that are haves and have-nots, the creators and the users?
Right.
So are these smaller community colleges going to be the ones who only get to download these and receive the data?
Right.
And are the bigger ones, the ones who more traditionally produce the master courses like us and Dallas and some other folks who are doing it, Are we going to be the provider institutions that people are going to look to, and are they going to want to use our courses? And I'm kind of I'm sorry I'm rambling a little bit here, but I'm hitting about 4 or 5 or 6 different issues, which just have occurred to me since the conversation started. And so I really see master courses, I guess in summary, I really see master courses as a great thing at the local level. I'm really not sure as to whether we as a group, I'm not sure as we currently stand in this conversation, to move forward with it. I think we ought to think about what other kind of input we need to even make a decision as to whether we need to move forward with this at all. It's a touchy thing, and it really affects a lot of other people besides us, most particularly faculty and other academic administration.
Let me pose another question.
So I'm sorry to just drop all that out there, but that
This is exactly why I put it out.
Okay.
And let me add another fly to the ointment, and y'all can answer it if you want or not. If we were to do something like this, how would you suggest incentivizing it for both development and use?
And that becomes part of the responses, right? So.
And that enters into that master course divide point again, too.
But my comment kind of falls in between the two of y'all, and my first reaction is I'd be very hesitant to go down the path of having a government-mandated master course. Maybe we might already have these tools at our disposal. If you think back to what the VCT did, when they looked around, they realized that if we all get together, we've got the courses developed. We just need to work out a way to share them. It may be the same thing here. If we all lump our master courses that we have individually into some kind of common pot with a sharing mechanism, the learning object depository thing, not a government mandate that you have to select a certain one, but some incentive for an institution to put in and maybe a little cost to take out, or whatever we come up with there, then institutions at least have a choice to go in, steal a course wholesale, or take one module from one course, one English course, and a different module from a different English course, and do what you want to. But you're not having to recreate everything from scratch. And so maybe it's the idea of sharing what we already have and making it available rather than a government-mandated, or a government-adopted.
And if it's a set of learning objects that somebody could fashion into a part of a course or a course itself, then it wouldn't, and I'm thinking about what you're just saying, Randy, it wouldn't compete directly with, because I'm afraid what you're saying might compete directly with the VCT. In some regards. So I'd love to hear what Ron's input would be on this, too. That's another voice we need to hear from.
Well, they would throw in as
Ron's watching us. He's sick, but he's watching us. He did just send Vanessa an email, which she will now read.
It was a very quick one. It says it's worth considering master courses. The courses should be designed with the ability, the courses should be designed, remember Ron's sick, okay? The courses should be designed to be adaptable to individual faculty, and instructors should be able to use the courses developed or parts of it and should be able to add individually developed components. Use should be entirely voluntary.
Which is what you were saying.
And that's the way we're
Ron's
structured.
quick 2 cents.
And that's the way we're structured at HCC to do master courses. We're not holding a gun to faculty's head and saying, you must teach this course this way. It's not the University of Phoenix model, for example. And I like University. He apologized.
We all say the faculty have to have faculty independence and they'll leave home and so on and so forth. But how many of them are teaching on the side and have adapted to the University of Phoenix model?
Absolutely.
And
True.
because I would have said at one point, over my dead body. And as a faculty member, and I know faculty members who said the same thing that teach at the University of Phoenix, and I said, they just give it to you in a box. And they're going, And I'm going,
that's not my real job.
I don't have to spend 25 hours changing it for a curriculum committee and blah, blah, blah. It meets all the rules, and everybody's happy. And so, my first instinct to something like this is over my dead body. And then when I started thinking through it, it's like, well, is it really all that bad?
Yeah. Well, all the more reason for getting faculty input into this process.
When you look at what's happening with the aging of the professoriate, there isn't going to be a plethora of these people around as time goes by. I mean, that's becoming a huge issue with the amount of retirements in the professoriate right now.
I much prefer, rather than any mandates, and I've always approached it, I work this way, is trying to remove rational objections to doing something, right? So you just go in and you say, well, what's the problem? Well, I don't have control. Well, you can change all this stuff. It costs too much money. Anyway, Paula.
Well, almost back to the other side after what Claudia just said, but I know we've been really focusing on trying to get more of our undergraduate and particularly lower level courses to get our tenured faculty to teach so that they don't become just adjunct courses in many cases. And I still think that the traditional faculty member considers part of their responsibility as well as their right to choose their content within certain parameters, because you've got learning outcomes and things that you have to meet. But, and it may be that that group of people, like Claudia said, is aging themselves out of the process. But I still think most faculty members, most reward systems within universities are set up to make them responsible for their content as well as their teaching delivery. Now, as we look at online, we often separate those two things. So, again, the mandated would probably scare a lot of people. But the opportunity to use quality online materials, because we all know adapting materials for online is a time-consuming process, and one that most faculty members, if they haven't done it before, do not possess the skills to do well. And rather than have a trial and error period of, they teach it the first time and, oh my gosh, none of it worked, got to redo it. It would be nice to have materials there that they could use. But again, the mandated idea is scary.
About the incentives.
Well, just a couple of other things that I think might be issues that to think about are the intellectual property issues all the way from the beginning, not just in terms of somebody relinquishing a learning object, but then if somebody uses that learning object and the intellectual property that would go along with that and all the copyright issues and so forth. But when we had our peer review, we had a meeting of the peer review committee of the learning objects repository deal. And one of the things that we had talked about there was thinking about some of the issues that had happened with the Merlot project with regard to quality control. And so I think that some aspect of quality control for master courses, and you could say, well, leave it up to the individual faculty member to pick the stuff they want. Yeah, but, at some level, I think that these are issues that to be considered if we pursue this conversation.
What if... further probing here. What if there were a agreed upon set of outcomes for lower division core curriculum courses?
You mean like TEACs for college?
SLOs, student learning outcomes?
Yeah.
Now,
this is policy way above our pay grade, but I just kind of want to get a reaction. What you think?
Isn't there to some degree already? Because registrars approve whether or not, no, not with the core, because with the core, we accept it.
It's tacit.
Right?
There's a tacit acknowledgement that they exist, but because if it's core curriculum with the standard course number, you're going to take those credits, right?
Right.
But I think what the concept would be is making it a little more explicit.
We had maybe a way of thinking about this is we recently had a Lumina grant to redesign the mechanical engineering field of study curriculum at 2-year institutions that then would transfer into a 4-year institution to get a mechanical engineering degree. And one of the things that they were doing was determining, and this was community colleges and universities sitting down and doing this, determining what that field of study should look like, what the community college courses should look like, and also coming to some agreements about learning outcomes as well, correct? Of what the learning outcomes of those courses should be, so that the universities would know that if a student took X community college course and it was part of this field of study curriculum, it had these learning outcomes and the student had mastered them if they passed the course. So that's been done with mechanical engineering. It hasn't necessarily been done anywhere else yet.
I think I don't know that our committee should even talk about that.
Okay.
It's probably a good thing to talk about, but it really, I mean, as distance education committee, I think we ought to focus our concerns on
More undergraduate
the
curriculum.
the online distribution part of it, rather than
that's more the undergraduate curriculum.
rather than what are going to be the curriculum standards in the course. However, it will come into play that there's a couple of ways I can think of that, if you come up with some distribution model, there's either a monitored pool of content to be distributed or an unmonitored pool. It'd be real easy today we could offer up a couple of servers and just say anybody that wants to kind of do an eBay thing, you just say your course is available, people check it out, and if you want to buy it from SFA professor or whoever owns the intellectual property, here's the price, you can use it. That's one thing. Buyer beware kind of deal. But the other is some kind of, if not a government approved, or if not government mandated, it's at least there could be a coordinating board stamp of quality acceptance or something, so that if
Seal of approval?
good seal of approval
Quality
that
matters.
if you
That's what I'm hearing,
From our
quality
standpoint,
matters,
yes.
you've got the curriculum issue.
Some committee has looked at this course and we only let in good stuff on our eBay distribution
Now
channel.
you're getting right back to some of the issues about the object repository.
Yeah, who's going to do it?
And who's going to maintain and update it, which is an obligation once you post a course or a learning object. It's an ongoing
The
responsibility.
last couple of months I've been thinking about this entire approval process, and it seems to me that the evolution, one day this would be a group of people who would approve a campus request to teach a course face-to-face. In other words, you could not offer a resident course unless it were offered at a distance, and I think that is a possibility in the future. And by the same token, one of the ways to solve this, to me, is having a distance teaching university, a place where a student actually goes to, enrolls in a course like we've talked about, and then takes that credit, and the institution would get the formula funding for it, and it would apply to that student's degree. It would remove some of these issues that we've talked about and sort of taking a reverse look at what I think the future of this stuff is going to.
To approve and getting.
So they sign up
Yeah.
kind of like a Western Governors thing?
Maybe so, I mean, we keep talking about this model that's been around since Annenberg, and we still ask the same question over and over again. I think we got to jump out of this a little bit. And
Been around since Gutenberg.
You've gotten that. You
But and I just got an email from the Library of Congress with a big digitized Gutenberg project, so.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, that may be the best ultimate idea, but that's also going to be the biggest piece to tackle.
But I think it's a leap it's going to happen. I mean, it's at a bestial stage, if you will, distance learning is. And so I don't know any other way than to just do that paradigm shift a little bit.
So
wait, one day you will not be able to have an on-campus course unless you have the ability to offer it online, because it's all about accessibility.
Or at least have an online component to it.
Exactly. I mean, I just don't. I see this as in itself a group that will, maybe not in my lifetime, but will dwindle to, well, you want to offer a new course on campus? You sure? You're going to have it online first.
Why do you want to limit the students' options that way?
I just may.
Our transition to be the face-to-face advisory committee.
That's right.
And how do we know that course is going to be as quality as online?
That's right, because you're not going to let anybody in the course other than your students.
Make them prove
Think about it.
Make them prove it's as good.
We'll remind everybody we are streaming this out on
But I can just say this: the whole concept of having the materials out there, it seems like it would benefit the universities. The VCT has been around, and that's been great for the community colleges. But as a university, all that does nothing to help us, except that it helps some of our students, bring in those courses. But it really there's no relationship with us there other than transferring those courses in. if there were some mechanism of sharing that content. Well, let me say it this way. Because of that, because 4 years can't really participate in the VCT model, then our only choice, if we want to offer a core course, is to develop it ourselves, or go out, strike out on our own and try to buy it or create some partnership. If there were already some mechanism that partnership existed, and I knew that, you know, others, VCT courses included, I'm assuming that they would just immediately dump everything that they wanted to in there. It'd be quickly populated, plus whatever means we came up with to, you know, whether it's monitored or there's a standard or not, it'd quickly be populated with all kinds of choices. If that was out there, at least we would have the choice to tell our faculty, instead of developing from scratch this 200-level course, there's 12 to choose from. We could still mandate on campus our master rules, like at SFA, for example. We say that we're going to support the building of one only, and the department needs to get together and decide as a department which, on the version that we're going to buy, we're not going to pay for a new development every year like that. Right. And so we could say, okay, from those 15 choices, come up with whatever you want to do. We'll help you get one developed. Right now, we have no choice but to do it on our own or to try to form some partnership on our own. And so what we're doing is everyone is doing it themselves.
But you could go a step further and have pieces of courses that were available in the repository.
Exactly.
And, you know, a comment that I'd like to make is that you all know the project that I'm working on right now. And some of the most independent people in the world, it's difficult to herd around herding cats, are physicians. And I mean, they are very resistant to anybody telling them what to do. And one of the things that has absolutely amazed me about this project is watching, there's the early adopters always, but watching the resistance change as they become aware of what they can do. And, you know, build a body is essentially, and build a case, and it's the things that aren't available to them that used to be available to them under the apprentice model of teaching for residencies and medical students. And the availability of me as a patient for somebody to practice on simply is dwindling, and the changes in healthcare and so on and so forth. Well, we're facing a lot of the same changes in academia as a whole, different things, the different content, but changes. And by having them involved from the beginning, the subject matter experts, and their ability to control pieces of it, because I'm stunned. It's hardly ever does anybody resist anything to do with this project that has MD or DO after their name any longer. And I expected that to be the biggest hurdle that we had to jump, and it's not. And so I would say the same type of thing can apply in this, because there's a jillion different ways to look at it, and I agree with you. Our content is not our charge in this group, but the delivery of the content and how we're going to deliver it, and figuring out the quality end of it.
Other thoughts on this?
Well, somebody is going to scream academic freedom real early on in this process, and what we always bring out, real quickly in our local scenarios is when someone is going to use the materials that were developed by another professor, they're under no mandate to, it's just like a textbook, because even professors who choose a textbook don't use all of the textbook exactly like it's published. They give and take and
or change the sequence.
Change whatever they want to do. So it really doesn't affect academic freedom. And
it doesn't affect academic freedom anyway if you define it.
Well, yeah, that depends on, So I'm just pointing out, somebody's going to raise that,
Absolutely,
but it's really not an issue in
as long as there's no mandate.
Endeavor.
Right.
Where did you want to take the conversation on e-texts?
Well, that's another aspect of this, and one of the most latched upon ideas of the last year at the state level, and that's both the legislature and I think internally discussions in the courting board, is if the state could acquire common e-texts, would the colleges use them? That would reduce the cost, not necessarily to the institution, but certainly to the students. And that's a very sensitive issue, right? So if one could integrate e-text into a course, could you reduce the cost to the student? And so the question for the group is, just in your role as repping your institution, would it get any uptake? And again, it's not. So to get to what Randy was talking about, these very well might be texts that were pre-selected. So the faculty member may not have the full scope of choice of all of the standard text that he wants to use in your lower division core curriculum courses. The e-text is this one, right? And then the students are going to get a deal on that course because the state is in some ways subsidizing the text.
The fact that this has come up as a House Higher Ed interim charge indicates that there will be some legislative interest around this in the next session.
Right, to put it
around e-text specifically?
You mean about OER and things like that?
For higher education?
And open text.
It's House Higher Ed that brought this up as an interim charge. So yeah, it shows there's legislative interest about open resources, e-texts, and things like that as a way of minimizing student cost.
Right. One of the bills passed is going to require publication of information regarding the textbook cost.
Correct.
I think at that point, faculty are going to become much more aware of the price of the book they chose. I'm teaching an online management course this semester, and the book was $140. It didn't even dawn on me to consider the cost.
Right.
I just reviewed books, picked one I wanted, and then a student tells me they can't afford it.
Faculty members get them free for review.
So it blew my mind that I had required a book of that cost. I think e-textbooks would be a much easier sell than a content thing. I think students the ability to search an e-textbook, copy and paste, paraphrase. I think we will move in that direction anyway.
We as an institution, or we as a state?
I think distance education in the long term will be moving to electronic textbooks just because of their portability, ease of working with. And we have a couple of faculty members this semester who are working on a government course to use in the spring, that the textbook will be free to students. It's a textbook that is electronic, online. It has advertisements in it.
Interesting.
So we as an administration weighed, is that offensive to students? Well, if I was a student, I wouldn't care if it had advertisements in it, if there was no charge.
Political ads.
So it's definitely, I think it's an issue that's coming our way and something that we need to be looking at the cost for students.
And I think Kevin makes a good point, too, about in terms of getting real traction on an issue, the idea of standardized curriculum, rolling it across the lower division core. You're going to run into faculty governance issues that will grind that thing down for years, but a lot of folks are talking about the issue about textbooks. And we've done the same thing at Houston, all of our lower division math classes. The e-textbooks, they've been written by our faculty, they're free. And they've eliminated all. Now, the publishers, of course, not happy at all, but we've eliminated a lot of costs for that.
And I was also going to support what Kevin was saying, too, in that at HCC, we have already joined as charter members the Connections Consortium at Rice University. We have several faculty who have developed entire texts for books free to students. The other great advantage is that you can alter, change, if you so decide it necessary to change those texts on the fly. No waiting for another edition of the publication to come out. My fly in the ointment comment, because I never go without saying one, is that OER, what I call OER, open educational resources, are going to affect. In other words, free text that lower the cost of students is going to affect on-campus classes just as much, perhaps, as they affect distance education classes. True. So, is OER a distance ed issue? I don't know the answer to that. It may be that distance ed leads the way, like kind of what Kevin was saying, and I think I would agree with that too. but it's really going to significantly impact just as much, I think, in the long run on campus classes.
That's a point well taken.
I'm curious with what y'all have done, Steve and Marshall, how have faculty, what sort of reimbursement or incentive were faculty given to write those textbooks?
None. At HCC, they're getting full copyright to the materials they produce.
So they get the copyright.
Even if they're doing it at HCC.
Okay. And in the case of UH, nothing?
It's kind of interesting because we're doing the same thing in Dallas. The same thing. And our science department, I believe, just finished a chemistry book, and they did it together as a group project. And they did that for free because of what they wanted in terms of a common source for their students that they all came up with. But again, here we go to the same issue that what many of us are already starting this direction, all headed down a different road.
Exactly.
Where's connection? And then what's our obligation to connect all those together?
Can my students use your science textbook?
If it's open source, they can.
Yep.
What would the legislation
that's the
look
direction
like?
that we're heading. Is open source.
Any idea?
Dan, do you have a sense of what the legislation might look like regarding text?
Not yet. We got the House higher ed interim charges Monday.
And again, that charge is to what? Assess the impact, or what is it? How's it phrased? Something like that.
So
can you
I
send
don't
that
know.
out to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know, and who knows what's going to happen between now and next year, too, in terms of budgetary issues and how that's going to affect the legislature's focus at the next session. But it's popping up, so if it's popping up now, it'll probably keep popping up.
It's more about the Connections Consortium.
I would urge the committee to not miss the forest for the trees in this regard. E-text, efficiencies, open source are trees. What's the forest? The forest behind that is what the legislator and policymakers are talking about, the role of distance education related to costs, efficiencies, closing the gaps, and things like that. These are all good things to react to. I'll argue that the DEAC has also a role in being proactive and anticipating, seeing that next level down the road. So we can chase these particular topics, but can't we, at some point, think one step ahead and inform that conversation so that we're not reacting to e-text? I would not put e-texts as the top efficiency item in the state of higher education at this point. I would not put it there, and I bet the majority wouldn't. How do we as a collective group, with all that we think we know, inform that conversation? Not that e-texts are wrong or open source is wrong, but isn't there more?
Absolutely.
Are these connections the more important things? Is the learning repository the more important thing? I don't know the answer. I'm arguing that this committee has that obligation in addition to the project-based reactive obligations.
I think part of that for us is cost to the students and cost to the universities and time and resources. And if we could figure out a way to get ahead of the game instead of always, making the students pay top dollar to these companies. In a way, what we're doing could be seen by some businesses as an attack on their business. If we come up with a way for
e-textbooks aren't that cheap. I mean, some of them are still pretty expensive.
Well,
from publishers, yes.
But
publishers,
but who sells them? If we get together the top 50 chemistry professors in the state of Texas, surely we can write a good version of a electronic chemistry text that can be distributed at a minimal cost, with some incentive to those workers who make it, and minimal cost to the citizens of Texas to buy it. And it benefits everybody. It benefits every institution if they wanted to take advantage of it. No mandate. But you're going to have people that don't want to use it, even if it's available. You're going to have professors that don't approve of it. They want to use something else, and maybe with good reason. And then you're still going to have customers who want to buy the paper version, which now may cost $300 since not so many are in print. Or unless we could have State of Texas Publishing House.
It goes to printing.
We do
Printing
have,
office.
we have a little bit of a model for that at UT Austin. Their Spanish, their introductory Spanish class, their faculty developed a very intricate interactive website that basically functions as an electronic text. Students can get a paper copy of that, but they have to pay for the paper copy of it. And there's a third-party provider that prints it up on request and binds it and sends it to them. They don't have to pay for the electronic copy of it. So there are potentially those models where, you know, the smaller publishing and print-on-demand companies, a student could, for a cost, get the paper copy if they wanted it.
Two other thoughts, if I can just throw them out with no answers. One would be, since we're thinking so openly like this, let's not only look at ourselves in Texas, but look at other states that may be a step or two ahead of us in this. And then the other thought was what? I had a real good second.
Well, I don't know, Randy.
I'm sorry. It'll come back to me.
It will.
Got another email from Ron.
Okay. Ron, our virtual participant, has chimed in again.
And he's pointing out that Texas Association of Community Colleges has recently approved a plan regarding master courses.
Right.
And I think maybe you know something about that and can talk about it, Steve.
I'd rather let Ron talk about it because he's really taking a leadership role.
Well, Ron's comment's pretty brief. It's that any college may put forth a locally developed course for use as a master course with the understanding that the courses are going to be media-rich, highly interactive, produced overall to high standards. And then colleges make independent decisions about using specific courses. The guidelines haven't been developed yet. They're assuming, but it's not in stone, that institutions that develop the course will receive some sort of remuneration from colleges that adopt and use the course. And then he also points out that as things currently stand, master courses would require Texas Virtual School Network approval before they could be used as dual credit courses through TXVSN.
Right.
I remember my other comment, it's just something to think about. I read either in the Chronicle or some other publication before the semester started, the publishers are all looking very closely at this semester and this year as a turning point on this e-text thing to see whether they think it's really going to be, you know, something that affects their industry. Should they go all out in making these available? And it comes back to a lot of the standard, the old arguments of, do we want to look at things on a screen?
All right.
And I was, thinking about students in a face-to-face course, if they need their textbook, are they going to be carrying their laptops in there or reading it off their PDAs? They're talking about not just on, CD or on the computer, but through cell phones and all that kind of thing as well. But this article I read just a few months ago made me think that even the publishers haven't fully figured out whether this e-text thing is going to catch on big time.
There was an article in the Wall Street Journal, I think it was yesterday, about don't be in too big a hurry to buy your Kindle for somebody for Christmas this year because of they can't settle. The books can't go between the Sony, the Barnes & Noble, or the Kindle. They don't cross platforms.
Right.
They're saying that what's out there now may be the 8-track tape version for what's coming. Apple is talking about their tablet being able to be the reader that's supposed to come out the next year.
Well, the issue,
color yet.
The issue, I think, the real driving issue echoes kind of what Randy was talking about. It's less the delivery platform, even to the extent of physical versus electronic, than it is the rights management issue.
Yeah.
So with every book that Van buys for this, she didn't buy it, she licensed it.
Yeah.
And when I buy it at half-price books, I can give it to Patrick forever and ever, and he can keep it, and that's not the case with those. So it's a big issue that there is no secondary market for used e-text.
But it changes something. Kindle can go into your Kindle. I mean, Amazon can go into your Kindle and take your book away from you.
They did that with 1984.
They've done it.
With George Orwell's 84, and they actually got sued over that and lost the case.
The irony of that particular book being the case.
Oh, I know.
Based on all of those thoughts, I don't know that we want to do this, but I would feel comfortable with advice coming out of the DEAC for the coordinating board or legislature not to take any dollar actions on any kind of e-text immediately. Focus instead on whether we want to set up, the force, some kind of sharing mechanism or all the other issues concerned with it, rather than running out and signing some contract to buy X brand of e-text.
I don't think that's the concern yet. I don't think there's any talk about striking a deal with Amazon or Barnes and Nobles. And I'm an Apple user and have been since the first Mac, and I can't wait to see the tablet. But Apple's been promising a tablet for several years now. So I don't think there's any danger in that. There is, though, this consistent concern about student instructional costs. And we did see movement towards that on the K-12 end last session with giving TEA permission now to use the state textbook fund to buy electronic resources. And it's, House Higher Ed's coming out with this interim charge and tying it to student instructional costs. So,
did they provide some guidelines for themselves that they could share with us, like we're going to lease instead of buy, or anything?
It's nowhere near that precise. Steve, and then I want to...
Yeah, it's kind of addressing what you just said. Is kind of addressing what, I guess I'll get into talking about what Connections is, but that's what Connections is doing.
Right.
But rather than provide an institutional site license or a statewide site license for texts from a publisher, which I think is kind of what you all were talking about, Connections is a repository. It's a place where anybody really can go, and I'm not trying to be this advertisement for Connections at Rice University, but where anybody can go to get learning modules, to get reports, to get books, to get papers, all sorts of materials that can be used in teaching. And it's not only open to faculty, it's open to authors, it's open to even students to view what materials might be out there. The point of Connections is essentially free, and it's got, I think, over 15,000 different modules now that are available. And it's being contributed to by faculty, and it's, by the way, it's CONNEXIONS. And it's being contributed to by thousands of authors around the world who are contributing these different materials, these different reports, these different books, these different learning modules. And then you can, as a member, and you can sign up and get an account, download those materials and start using them.
It's CONNEXX.
I think one X.
It's just one X?
One X.
Okay.
Out of Rice.
Yes, I think it's cnx.org.
Right.
I think is the URL.
It's a powerful model for what a repository can be.
Right.
I will state that the direction of the Texas law is slightly different.
Right.
Connections sort of started as a more classical, if you want to use that word, repository, and have moved into this almost publishing on demand, content on demand model. Really, and it's a powerful site. Connections.
And there are other things besides Connections that are doing the same thing on the web.
All right, let me Patrick.
One suggestion about that area for people to explore a little bit more. It's now, I see, 3 years old, but there was a TED Talk that was led by the founder of Connections. It's a really good introduction to the concept.
He's a great speaker, too.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. So it's about 20 minutes, a great introduction to anyone who wants to know more about it. And I think that raises the question of, if there's a pool of money, do we pay publishers or do we pay the people who are creating the intellectual property and put it into Connections as a state-free repository? And, I mean, it's cutting publishers out of the deal, but it is cutting costs for students by taking the knowledge that we're already paying our experts, our faculty members that are state-funded, to create and use it, cutting out the middleman essentially and utilizing that resource to provide something to students that we've essentially already paid for.
My sense is, and these discussions haven't gone very far, because the push has been to have y'all lead the way in the discussions or tell us if we even should be having them. But my sense is that the discussions have leaned not towards contracting with a publisher, but towards the let's have Texas faculty, and we've got some of the best and the brightest faculty in the world, let's have them create the textbooks and use our talent in state to do this. And that's my sense that that's probably, at least within the coordinating board, where those discussions have sort of gone. They've been, to say they've been preliminary would be an understatement at this point.
That's an identified state trend. I'm not going to say a mandate yet, but that's obviously you're getting feedback that there's going to be something that's taken up by the coordinating board, something by the legislation, or something somewhere that's going to be moving in the direction of let's do more open educational resources.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't quite. I mean, you said it several times already.
Yeah.
That to me is something for this group to think about. Yeah, thank you. Think about. Good enough way to say it. But as potential future direction for this group, one future direction for this group, not the only.
My response when these discussions have been come up is that this committee has the best and the brightest folks in the state when it comes to distance education.
No doubt about it.
And that their thoughts and expertise and wisdom should play heavily in the conversations.
And to that end, and as sort of a way to close this broad but enjoyable conversation, what I would like to do is utilize some technology. George and I would like to put together, I don't want to call it anything grander than what it really is, which is essentially a 12-month work plan for the DEAC, okay? But we need input on what should be we touched on several of them today. And again, we're not doing anything more than focusing discussion and providing input to the coordinating board in areas where they have identified that they need to know something, or we have identified that they need to know something. And so what I'd like to do is shift some of our current practices, which is sort of with the policy activity is a market exception to the history of the DEAC. But typically what we do is a lot of ramp up the week before a meeting, and then we talk. So what I'd like to do is cajole, petition, wheedle y'all to stay active online in forums that we can keep focused on discussion. I know everybody has an online life. I'm asking you to add one more element to that. Just take a few minutes. What I'd like to be able to do over the next several weeks is float ideas and get responses about where should these things be in a priority if the DEAC is going to be focusing our discussion. Okay, does that sound reasonable? Can I get a commitment? Can I get a heck yeah?
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
Sir. The outcome. Thank you. The outcome of the activity in this near term will be some more physical artifact that will come at our next DEAC meeting, where it will drive the agenda for that meeting, and it will then sort of flow out over the next, let's call it 3 meetings past that, right? So let's look at a four meeting cycle. What are the elements that the DEAC should be focused on? And let's put it in a calendar context, focused on in the run-up to the 11 legislative session, all right? Because I think the coordinating board needs our help, and we need them to advocate for our issues. Does that sound rational? All right. Is there any old business that we haven't dealt with? Thank you. Helen Torres has submitted her resignation to the DEAC. Vanessa pleaded with her to stay on. She has a whole new set of functions and a whole new set of issues. They're doing a lot of growth her institution's doing some growth. I believe she said internationally.
Internationally, yeah.
And so she needed to focus her energies. We can all understand that. I do want to have a sense of the DEAC to thank her for her contributions. She has been here for several years and was always a contributor. And so I'd like to make sure that gets in the minutes.
Send her a letter or in our style, an email.
Yeah. A tweet.
A tweet. We can tweet her. Can we tweet her?
Congratulatory tweet.
Post something on her Facebook.
That's right.
And I did plead. I pleaded hard to get her at least stay another couple of meetings, but yeah, understand.
So send something to her from this group.
Certainly.
We'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. All right. Any new business?
I'm actually curious, can we get a read of who's using what social networking technology?
Vanessa would like to know who's using what social networking technologies. As I tick them off, raise your hands, and when I don't mention one, shout it out. Facebook.
Is this personal or
personal?
Institution?
Right. Okay. Both. I mean, like in any sector of your life, either professional or personal.
Sort of, kind of.
Right.
Okay. And raise your hand to the height of how much you're using it. Okay.
The Facebook.
If you're using what?
Facebook.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anybody using MySpace? Twitter. Anybody? We got any?
Sometimes.
I'm a very occasional.
I'm going to raise one finger for Twitter.
I get enough.
I've been tweeting everything you say, baby.
Oh my God. You're in trouble now.
140 characters at a time.
What else do you want to know?
How about LinkedIn?
LinkedIn. That's
LinkedIn.
good.
LinkedIn.
I'm there. I don't check it very much.
Somebody mentioned Ning.
Ning.
Just starting.
What?
Ning.
Ning.
Still, I
N-I-N-G.
uses Ning.
Yeah.
I wish they would use Facebook.
Ning. What else? Who else uses what that's been consuming your time lately?
Thank God.
Yeah. But you know, any of our current students will tell you, email's what old people do.
No, mine, because mine are all old people.
There you go.
Could we ask a similar question if we're looking at technologies about lecture capture systems? How many are using them and which ones?
Good.
Integrity.
So, Integrity?
Integrity.
Anybody else use Integrity?
We bought it for the district, but we're not that hot on it right now. Actually, we just put the Tamberg teleconference system in, and
Well, we bought it for DE, but now we're using it in hybrids and on 60% of the classes on campus. Students love it.
Yeah, it's
They
very
just
popular.
we started in January of last year, and by March we were their biggest customer.
Okay. Wow. Echo 360?
We looked at Echo 360 and liked it, but we ended up going to MediaSite.
Okay. So MediaSite, who's using MediaSite?
we're using Wimba combined with Integrity.
We use Wimba. But we don't do classroom I mean, I'm 100% online.
Panopto, CourseCast, the Carnegie Mellon product, open source. Nobody using it? Okay, anything that I didn't mention of this?
Centra.
Illuminate.
Yeah.
Illuminate?
Yeah, we just switched to Illuminate from Wimba.
But you're using it for lecture capture, like physical classroom?
Well,
Okay.
in the
Because Wimba has that
classroom.
use too, but it's kind of not tailored towards it. And Jan, did you mention a different one?
I said Centra.
Centra. Not Citrix, Centra.
Adobe product too. That's
TRN.
pretty popular.
And let me ask...
Adobe's MediaSite Live now, right?
Oh, that one. Sorry.
Let me ask one other sort of related question, because we're getting every now and then I get a few questions from folks in the field. In terms of, and by the way, Bhagya's not here today because they're rolling out a new learning management system. It made her stay at Orange. And I'm sure we all feel her pain. So in terms of learning management systems, since the last Blackboard merger / takeover / whatever, how many folks campuses are still using a Blackboard or now Blackboard consumed product? So it's almost off. What are y'all using at Tarrant County?
Using a proprietary system we developed.
So your own proprietary. What are y'all using at Texas State, James? Sakai. Anybody else using anything else?
Anybody using Moodle or
Some
Moodle
of our
rooms?
folks use Moodle. We're kind of divided, but
Not at the enterprise level.
We've got one department.
we do enterprise, Blackboard.
Any
Okay.
D2L? A desire to learn that's out there that you know of?
That's what Orange is going to today.
They are?
Is that what they're going
They're
to?
going to D2L? Interesting. Okay.
Desire to learn.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me when I get these questions to have a sense of what's the most popular ones.
It was popular. That's what we meant.
In terms of usage.
How many are evaluating?
The Microsoft of Learning Management System.
That's what they said.
It's just as a complete non sequitur.
We love you for that, Ron.
We love you, yeah.
I just wanted to introduce my colleagues here with me today. Dean Matt Baker, who's the dean of our recently renamed college, University College, and Dr. Patrick Hughes, who's an assistant dean for academic programs. And I told Patrick this was part of his hazing, being new to our college. He's coming down here, but I just wanted to introduce them in case any of you don't know them.
And Rosalind has promised that they won't change the college's name for at least another year.
Well, 6 months.
Oh, you said a year on the telephone.
Until next year. That's just a month away. So.
Calendar year. All right, any other issues? All right, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Thank you all very much. It was a productive meeting.
Safe travels. Have good holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to get an earlier flight.
Come back.
February.